good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Hello and a warm welcome to the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Championship, the final round from the Circuit of the Americas. And the championship is on the line. With me is Scott Goodyear. I'm glad you're back because you always come at the perfect time. We've got a bumper field here. Rafa Matos is really just one hand away from taking the title, but Merrill still has a mathematical chance. And we only have to go back a few years when Merrill won it against Rafa Matos to know we don't count anything out.
You know, I talked to Rafa this morning, and he knows he's just sort of got to get here and take the green flag, but that weighs on your mind because you're listening to everything with the engine and to make sure nothing happens, no flat tires. You got to get out there and take the green flag. Yes, he's won the championship, but no, he's not won the championship yet. It's one of those deals.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Carson Quapple got the pole and took those points that Merrill really needed, but that's his first pole position at 21 years old.
And first time here, I mean, that's really, really impressive. This is a difficult racetrack. You know, there's a lot to learn here. 20 corners on a circuit, you usually don't get that. So right now, I give him full credit. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull that out today.
Massive field. There's going to be some safety cars, I think.
Well, it could be some safety cars. You know, we're standing here, and just this morning, the wind's picked up. I mean, does it make a play on these things? I mean, you can get gust of winds. The cars are in such a limit sometimes, maybe it kicks the back end out and causes an issue. I mean, lots is going to come into play here through this race.
It's going to be very interesting. Rafa Matos then going for another title. Merrill can't stop him. Who's going to win? We'll find out after this break.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COTA Speed Tour. I'm here at the grid for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. We've got Nick Middleton here with Cube 3. He's made it to every event. Then my friend Bob Accardo here, one of the faster drivers in our Western Championship. And Bob, you've brought your friend Jackson here. Tell us about Jackson.
So Jackson is a guest. Him and his family are a guest from the Make-A-Wish Foundation and in the Austin area. And so I've had a dream to, try and create some memories for this little boy. He's been through a lot. Him and his family. He's extremely resilient and extremely brave. And I feel honored to be able to host him and his folks and create some memories that they will remember for forever and ever, hopefully.
Nice. I love it. Love Make-A-Wish Foundation. Andrea's here from Make-A-Wish Foundation. The whole family's here. Jackson, are you having fun here?
Yeah.
And do you have, I'm sure this is your favorite car, but you're hoping for a good race today?
Yeah.
Nice. And then Nick Middleton, who's been at every race, doing something like this is just extra special today, isn't it?
This is great. Jackson's had a great day yesterday, visiting all the paddock, visiting all the drivers, and today we're going to be doing the start command. But on behalf of all the drivers, they have actually signed the shirt for you, for everybody in the paddock. So they wish you all the best today, and we're going to have a great race, and he's actually going to come and help me on the podium later, present the prizes. So here you go, Jackson, all the best, and congratulations, buddy.
Nice. That is so awesome. Thank you so much. It's so important for us here at the Trans Am. Bob, thank you so much. But something like this comes through, our team with the Trans Am Series will do anything that we can to make sure Jackson has the best weekend. We've got Michael LaPaglia here, currently leading in the Western Championship, but we've got a lot of work to do to move up to the front. Tim Carroll had some good showing. JC Monet here is in Western Championship in a brand new car. It matches his car, but actually this is the Amy Ruman car. Sorry, JC, I got to run up, but look at this brand new car for JC Monet. But we're gonna move up pretty quick. Kyle Kelley is also with the Western Championship, always really fast. Adam Andretti, I talked to him last night. He's a little bit disappointed with the finishing he had in the qualifying. Misha Goikberg back here with us. Then we've got Eric Caton, Boris said Jr. We've got some unbelievable drivers out here with us. John Atwell, we've got Tom Sheehan here with the Vixen Cycle Company. Then we've got the Keith Prochuk doing really well in the Pro-Am. Barry Bowes is our Pro-Am champion from this year. But then we're going to talk about this real quick. In honor of Hutch. This is Pete here. Hutch is Pete's dad, who just passed away a few months ago. So Hutch is on Rafa Matos' car, and Rafa could clinch the championship. We've seen him all kinds of pole awards. He's the most winning driver ever in TA2. You've got Pete behind you, Hutch on your car. Lots of pressure here, Rafa.
Yeah, it's an important weekend for us. We're honoring Pete's father, Hutch. So it's an important race for us. Not only we were able to clinch the championship here, but you know, a long season, a lot of work involved. It's a group effort. Came down to COTA. Hopefully we'll do our thing here and clinch the championship and celebrate it tonight.
Nice. Pete, I'm going to talk to you after he takes the green flag. Then I've got to talk about this. In the Western Championship, Tim Barber, who's second in points, qualified way up front with Dig Motorsports out west. Then we've got Brent Cruz joining us. You can go by, it's okay. Brent Cruz is back with us. Thomas Annunziata. Nathan Hearn, who always does super well with us. But then the one guy that's mathematically available, and I can't leave this out. Last time I left you out, and we saw how that went. But you're still in this thing. So, and I saw your dad here. So this should be a really good race. And are you here to win the race, to run for a championship? What's your motivation?
It's just another race day, man. I've always show up to win, so that's what we're going to do. I don't even know the math, but I know it's going to be pretty darn hard to win a championship without winning the race. So that's what I'm going to do.
He didn't know the math either. Last time when you won the championship here, I was the one to tell you. He had no idea. So that's how close it always was. Then our pole winner, the Cube 3 architecture car of Carson Kvapil, the Team M1 SLR. Such a huge field, 40 super talented cars and drivers, and Carson Kvapil's at the sharp end. How does that feel?
Oh, it's awesome, man. I mean, Scott Legacy and the whole Chevrolet group go out a really fast Chevrolet Camaro this weekend, and we had a really good lap in qualifying after some issues yesterday, so hopefully we can fire off the race and kind of hold it into turn one, and hopefully we can hang on for a while.
Nice. And turn one gets a little bit crazy because you can go 6 wide into turn one and then it goes down, but you're hoping to be in the lead by turn 2, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like if we can hold through turn 1 and just kind of settle in, I think we'll be in a really good spot for the race.
Nice. Unbelievable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got about 40 of these cars about ready to fire up. Jonathan, I hope you've made it all the way back to the booth because I'm sending it to you.
And I'm not hearing you or him.
And we welcome our viewers on MAV TV as we welcome you to a cloudy Austin as we get ready for the Trans Am Series. The final round of the 2024 season. This is our traditional venue for the end of season. We'll have our banquet tonight and we'll celebrate everything. And as you can see, clouds in the distance. Alongside me, Scott Goodyear. And Scott, doesn't look as though it's going to rain, but you never know. We saw it last night. It was on and off again, wasn't it?
You know, it doesn't take much. There's a drought here in Texas, and we had this with our F4 and FR cars here this yesterday because we had one race that looks like it was going to head to rain, but because there's been a drought here, if it ever rains and you get a little bit of moisture on this racetrack, I mean, all that grease and everything comes out. This will be one slippery racetrack. Don't think that's going to happen today, but drivers are very much aware of that for certain.
It's going to be interesting. We've seen some great races here, and it does throw up good racing. This is a good track for overtaking. I know you're a race director in the single-seaters, and you've seen some good racing already. Here's our grid then, and it was Carson Quapple, the young 21-year-old who took the pole, his first ever in Trans Am, and that is a real disappointment for Merrill because he needed every point he could get. Great to have Nathan Hearn and Annunziata on row 2. Cruz, our former champion, is back. Alongside him is Hurley. Then it's Drew and Matos. Matos, of course, just needs to really get out there and get going and stay out of trouble. Lostowski and Tristan McKee, another one of the young hopefuls coming up. And we just seem to be breeding them here. And there's another one. Ben Mayer, Austin Green. Slater is back. Sam Corrie alongside him. Then on row 8, it's Barber and Bose. And Tim Barber, the first of the West Championship. Kith Procek and Tommy Sheehan on row 9. John Atwell and Boris Said Jr. Just behind them. Then it's Caton Goikberg, Andretti, Kyle Kelley, Minette and Carroll, and that is the grid for this. Let's head down now for the grid interviews. Ben Sissel, down to you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm here with my friend Nick Middleton, who's at every race. Great sponsor, the Cube 3 Architecture founder, CEO. But Nick, we've got something special. I know this is really special to you. Take the mic. Tell us a little bit about this, and you're going to give the start commands.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great opportunity for the last race of the season. We've got a lot on the line today. We've got a lot of championships going to be playing, but I'm here with Jackson, and Jackson and I are basically going to start the what are we going to say?
Start your engines?
Drivers, start your engines. There they go. That's on your command.
So a nice little gesture there from Nick Middleton, the head of Cube 3 Architecture, our title sponsor, and that's been great to have those guys on board. We could just see out of Lostowski's view the Concord American flagpole car of Rafa Matos, and opposite him is Keith Procek. But it's this man who's creating all the news, a man who has done a lot of late model racing and Xfinity and truck racing, you name it. And on the way up, he's another one of these Mooresville, North Carolina. I don't know what they're feeding him down there, but of course that seems to breed most of NASCAR's future. You can see the championship there with Rafa Matos, over 1,000 points. Thomas Merrill on 960. That's why it's still alive, but only just. Really, Matos just needs to make sure he gets out there and gets started in the race and stays out of trouble. But it's never that simple in motor racing, is it?
No, we talked about it on the Open. You know, I mean, for Matos, like I said, I talked to him this morning, and he goes, yeah, the pressure is off, but, you know, we still got to get to the green flag. And as a driver, you're always aware that something may happen. I mean, anything can happen in motor racing, but the championship is really his. Now he can go out and just have some fun.
Thomas Annunziata has been so impressive all season long. Now he's doing both. He's doing TA and TA2, so he's getting plenty of track time. But he is another great successful story. If Zilich and Brent Cruz were last year's success story, there's no question that Annunziata is this year's, as along with Ben Mayer and a few other youngsters like Tristan McKee coming through. Jake Drew, another one, and Carson Quapple, obviously. There he is on pole position as he heads out Big Red for the first time. Scott, obviously there's been some resurfacing here at Circuit of the Americas. You've had, 5 races here in the single-seaters. Any complaints about the track surface or bumps? I haven't heard it.
The paving that they did since last year certainly helped, especially our cars, because they're very close to the ground. You know, you end up putting the floor on the ground, scrubbing the car on ground, which slows the cars down a little bit. The other thing, too, Johnny, though, is if the car hits too low, and it can actually make the car lose control, or you lose control of the car because taking the wheels off of it. And I say that experienced drivers don't have that problem, but I've got all these young rookies coming in. We had 5 guys this weekend that were new out of karting into our junior F4 car. So what ends up happening is that they're learning all this stuff for the first time. And so that's what I watch, and I really guide them in the driver's meeting to make sure that these guys don't have that problem, but the bumpiness certainly causes the car to move around underneath you. And if we get some big wind gusts here, I mean, as a driver, you've got to be aware of, watch the flags. You see how big the flags are here? I mean, we talk about Indianapolis, the speedway. We go down the turns, we look at the windsock, and we know what we're going to do as far as the turn is concerned here. The windsock's very small. The Texas flag here is absolutely huge.
And the American flag is one of the big. It would cover the entire grid if they took it, if it fell that hard down.
It would up in turn 1. So you look at that, but my point is that if that flag is straight out, it's telling you how windy it is. It will affect your car, especially the S's.
Well, inherently here, and I've been coming here since the first ever race in 2012, the wind comes effectively east to west, so down the front straight, and therefore a crosswind down the very important long back straight coming into 12. So that's where you really feel it, is going up that 133 feet. Then you get blasted by the wind, and it's easy to miss your braking point because the wind is kind of playing on you.
And then you're talking about going down the front stretch. So the guy leading, actually, he's breaking the wind. The guy behind him gets a better run because he's going to get a better draft.
Good point. Yeah, and another thing we need to mention, if people tuned in and watched Formula 1 here a few weeks ago, and of course it was all about track limits, but previous winners, there you see it. Merrill has won here, Matos has won twice here, Mark Miller obviously not here, but everybody else that has won here in the last few years is here, including Annunziata. I've forgotten about the fact that Annunziata has won here. Now, there you see the flag for the first time. And what would that tell you if you were Adrian Lostowski?
Yeah, knowing that it's very large, so it's going to give you a tailwind going down the hill into 2 here. It will affect the handling of the car, but then that crosswind that you mentioned going through the 2, 3, 4, because that's the S's there. There's still a few little rolling hills in the S's and what have you, but you see here they've done a great job with the pavement here. F1, if you're going to an F1 racetrack, it's going to be billiard table smooth.
Yeah, no question. Well, as I just mentioned, the track limits, if you turned into Formula 1, there was a lot of track limit problems there, 19 and 20 and so on. Well, these guys aren't dealing with that, but they are in this section. And this is exactly what you're talking about. You cannot go too far off track, or at least track limits here in the S's, but they are quite lenient at 19 and 20.
Well, as we go through there, you'll see the orange curve. We just passed one there on the left-hand side. You look right over there in the candy stripe, and you'll see these small little orange curves. One's coming up here. This is a small one. We just passed it there on the left-hand side, and there's one on the left there. So what I'm saying is that our cars, for the single-seaters, I don't have to worry about track limits in the apex because they're not going to turn around and hit it. In this race circuit, as we're looking at right now, some of the best races are anywhere.
You see on the start, it gets a little hectic sometimes. Rafa Matos had a spin there in 2022. Through the S's, this is a super fast sector. Really important to place the car in the right spot. In the race, if you do it wrong, you can get a penalty, so you have to make sure you stay within the track limits. Going into turn 11, another great passing opportunity. You can see Merrill going down the inside of Nathan Hearn here in 2023. One of the many hard hairpin turns, hard on the brakes. You can get a great passing done. Turn 12, another great passing zone. End of the long back straight, you're going like 165 miles an hour. You can see Hearn pass Merrill right back the corner after. Through this tight stadium section, and then you're going into the long carousel. You're in the turn for like probably 5 seconds, so it's really important to have a good car setup. You can have the rear sliding through here, and you can burn up your tires too much. 2 other left-hand corners, and that rounds out a lap at Circuit of the Americas.
One of the hallmarks here of this Circuit of the Americas.
So a lap of the circuit, and as you can see, weaving from side to side behind the Ginetta. The lights are off on the Ginetta. Look at this massive field, Scott. Have you ever seen such a sight?
Well, you know what I think about this? If you're at the front, you got some great racing going on, but a lot of times, if you're maybe not up in the top 10, it starts to filter out a little bit. There's going to be racing all the way through the field. That's the fun thing about it, especially for the last race of the year. Even if you're in 15th or 30th, you're going to have a great race.
Well, there's no question that there is going to be a lot of battles. And, of course, it's the last race of the season. And, Scott, as a racing driver, it doesn't matter where you finished in the year. This is the place that you want to at least go to the winter going, that was a good finish.
Well, it's a fact here that this racetrack is one of the most famous in the world, obviously, especially because F1 comes here. But it's so raceable, Johnny, because there's so much pavement here, even through the tight stuff that we see right now. I saw this in our single-seater cars. As we go underneath the bridge right there, you can see people all across the bridge getting ready to watch this race happen. This is a raceable track, and every inch you can go and have an opportunity to pass.
All right, then, here we go. We are 2 by 2 heading down towards 19, the penultimate corner here at the Circuit of the Americas. They will round the corner at 20, and then the control of the race will be with Carson Quapple. And I tell you what, a big moment for him. This is his first ever pole start in Trans Am. Now, that's a mighty bit of responsibility given the hungry field behind him. In they come then, beautifully seen from the drone at turn 20. And once they get straightened up, the green flag will be further down the track. It's right at the far end of the circuit, so a little further down. That's why we're 2 by 2. We're on board with Lostowski, but this is a key corner and a key turn. The first turn here is away we go for racing in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Good start from Quapple, and he's done a good job. Round the outside goes Merrill. He's going to go wide a little bit, but he's got into trouble. Luckily, Merrill escapes, but another car goes further off track. I'm not sure who that was, but Margie-bargy, as they say, right at the very get-go of this, but it is Carson Quapple leading from Thomas Merrill, and Annunziata in third, Brent Cruz in fourth.
Yeah, I'm laughing at this because if this was our cars with all the single-seater stuff and the open wheels, with as much bumping that went on in turn 1, we'd be picking up a lot of parts right now.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, this is very much NASCAR style. I love this stuff.
It's excellent, and they know how to navigate it too. They've got great skills. Now, there was a lot of dust down here yesterday, and it's going to form again here, and that makes it very slippy over 9 and into 10, and now they've come through 10 down towards the first real overtaking opportunity at 11. Got to get this right, though. If you're not going to make an overtake, you've got to be gingerly into 11 and then get it straightened for the long run down through to 12, because this is where the power and the muscle of the muscle cars does the business. On board with Adam Andretti, qualified down further than I would ever expect Adam to be, but some big work to do then for Adam Andretti and the Ultimate Headers car, but you can guarantee that he'll be pushing all the way.
I talked to him yesterday afternoon. He said the same thing. I'm way back there. He said I got a long way to go, but I'm just going to give it my best. And, oh, there we go, right there. We talked about having the fenders in the cars. You go, pardon me, excuse me, I'm coming through. A little bit of argy-bargy, as you talk about. They can lean on each other here and get away with it.
Well, it's amazing. I said that Matos needs to stay out of trouble, and that's not what he's doing right now, because he is literally bumping door panels with the number 20, and that's not going to help his quest to just finish the race. And that's all he really needs to do, and the championship is his. Thomas Merrill, though, needs to go on and get as many points as possible. That was Javier Leos who was against him. On board with Lostowski through 18. He's behind Austin Green in the three-dimensional services car. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about with track limits.
Well, they don't have track limits on the exit here, just track limits on the apex area. So you see a lot of these guys go outside what we call the candy stripe, that red and white that you never saw the Formula One cars or our cars go over. And these guys, there's no track limit rules for them, so they can use as much track as they want.
Yeah, it's all very well, though, but if you go too far, when you come back, there is a bunch of grass and dirt to be greeted with.
Right.
And so, you know, it's all very well saying, oh, well, I've got plenty of room. Yeah, but you can get yourself in trouble real quick.
Well, you also maybe caution yourself maybe a little bit of time if you use too much. The other side, too, is that you can't come in and affect the other cars on the racetrack. So you got to make sure that you're back entering and flowing in with the traffic there. You just can't come over and take somebody out.
So Nathan Hearn picks up the lead from Merrill. Annunziata is third. Cruz, Drew, Mayer. So where has Quapple gone? Quapple's just disappeared. So Hearn now leads, the Australian from Lismore, New South Wales, leading the way. He's never won a Trans Am race. And this would be a huge story. Brent Cruz in the distance there. Behind Cruz is Jake Drew. Jake Drew's having a great season too. Then it's Anderson and Apple in the battle for the West Coast further down there in 26-27. We'll keep an eye on this huge field. But as you can see, Ben Mayer is behind Drew. Matos is 7th at the moment. Josh Hurley is 8th, McKee 9th, and Evan Slater rounds out the top 10. We were looking at Austin Green. He's in 11th, Lostowski behind him. We were on board. Barber leading the way for the West Coast. And it's Quapple down in 14th position. Now, he must have spun or something, because he's gone from first to nowhere. But he's still out there. Might be a mechanical issue as well. There he is. No, he's sliding his way back. On board with Lostowski in 11th place. There's Quapple. No, I can't see any damage. I think he must have just spun on his own or just gone wide on his own.
Well, it takes a couple of laps, obviously, for the tire temps to come up. He could have been
touched, as you said, anything can happen. The thing that I always remember, I only ever did a couple of Trans Am races. Remember, this is just raw American cars with a lot of horsepower, no traction control, no aid, so it's really up to the driver. And you got to make sure you keep the tires on the back of these cars, obviously. But you got a lot of work through a lot of the sweeping S's here, Johnny, and that really can wear out the tires if you're really working with the throttle and taking the rear tires off the cars. These guys have to be a little cautious with that, but I love the raw horsepower.
Yeah, no question about it. And this race now starting to settle down. Nathan Hearn knows that Thomas Merrill is the man behind him. And Unciata is the one I'm going to keep an eye on. He's going for the young guns, and he's got a great lead in that at the moment. And so he will want to finish off his year on a high. He's also racing in the next race in TA, so we'll be looking forward to that. But as you can see, the top 5 now starting to spread their wings a little bit through the S's. Now they've got to be careful through here. This is where there are limits, and that's, I think, okay from what Merrill just did, just scraping the side there, but they can't get off the second white line. If they go over that, that is going to be an infringement, but there's really no point in being out there, and you'd be in trouble if you were out there. Lovely shot from high above. Down to 11 then, and Unciata trying to stay with Merrill, but Merrill doing a good job of just gapping him. Here it comes. Oh, Jake True makes his move on Brent Cruz, and that was a lovely move on the former champion.
But whenever you run side by side like that, when you have to have really confrontation getting the turns, look at them, we're starting to run over here and trying to push the guy off now. That's not very very polite, as they say, but I will tell you that it's interesting that these guys are going to have to start working together. They're going to lose touch with the first group there. Side by side, trying to outbrake the other one. You can see a little bit of bumps. This is where the surface has not been repaved. So a little bit of bumps under braking certainly affects the car. You can see the car right now sort of moving itself.
Well, we've got some great future stars. These two, Brent Cruz and Jake True, got a huge future ahead of them. And we're going to be watching them in their future for sure. Connor Zilic has already flown the coop. Likewise, Connor Mosak. And we're keeping an eye on all of our graduates because it's been, in the last few years, just a fantastic breeding ground for young drivers. And Nick Tucker has got plans for Nitro Motorsports to do more in the West Coast. He's already signed 2 youngsters for next year, and I think we'll see more and more of that going on, where they go to the West Coast and then eventually they end up here in the National Championship, and that's just what we want. So it's Hearn, Merrill, Annunziata, Cruz, Drew, Bayer, Hurley and Matos. Plenty of racing, though, still to come from this one. Hearn wants this so bad. He's been traversing between Australia. He comes from Liverpool, just south of Brisbane, about 200 kilometres south of Brisbane. He's a multiple Trans Am champion in his own country. I saw him do the Trans Tasman Championship where there was 6 races between the Kiwis and the Aussies. He won 5 of them. Oh, and a spin for the 27. That's Barry Bowes. And, of course, Barry Bowes has had an immaculate season all year, and that's the first mistake I've seen him made from 15th place.
He's got some stuff dragging on the car there, Johnny. It looked like on the right-hand side something was actually on the ground when he went to pull away, creating a lot of sparks there. So I'll have to see if that's something that's going to affect him. And he may possibly come into pit lane to have that repaired.
Yeah, Barry Bowes was 15th. He'll have lost a lot of places in that little excursion. No change at the front. And if anything, more players coming into the game. Drew is still battling hard, but it's Ben Mayer now in 6th place, and the youngster, the 15-year-old, just ahead of Hurley in 7th place, with somebody going slightly wide with the dust. There's a lot of building going on. They're building a theme park here, and so the building, there's a lot of dirt in piles, and so we're seeing more dust than we normally would here offline.
Well, especially right now because of the wind that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Not only are they doing the theme park with the roller coaster, but over here by 11 where we're seeing some of that dust, they're actually putting in what they call Turn 11 condos. So a lot of building going on, huge buildings going in for gentleman type condos and racers. So yeah, I noticed that when we got here the other day.
Yeah, you can see the dust for yourself now.
Well, that's caused a little bit there. These guys driving through the dirt, so that's not helping the situation.
Oh, and Slater gets pushed wide. That's, well, I'll ask the race director. That can't have been that. Well, you know, in any form of racing, that was a bit of a contact, wasn't it?
Well, it is a little bit. I think the rules are a little bit more liberal here when you've got fenders than they are in our cars.
So then, Hearn, Merrill, and Annunziata, your top 3. Then Cruz in 4th place. Welcome our viewers back on MAV TV as it's getting fast and furious here. Adrian Lostowski, a beautiful move at turn 20, the final corner, but it's not over yet because they are able to go wide here. He keeps his foot in beautifully, does Evan Slater, and that has given the car behind, and I think that's Quapple, the chance to get in on the act. And Lostowski trying to make the way past Slater again. And it is Quapple who's making a comeback, having spun from the lead. And he's now embroiled in that battle with Lostowski and Slater. Quapple now 13th. So it's all change around at the front here. What a great start for this one, and what a great way to have a finale. Conditions are perfect. We had a little bit of rain in the area last night, and so it's a bit greasy when we arrived this morning, but it's okay.
Love these guys, how they just drive the car right down to the white line, as we talked about before. You mentioned we certainly watch a lot of these guys, and I always think about NASCAR when I watch these guys, because this is a training ground basically for NASCAR. It's been very cool to see these guys come and learn the road course craft in the Trans Am Series before they move on to the NASCAR stuff.
Yeah, it's been interesting listening to people like Boris Said and to Wally Gollenbach, you know, talking about the modern Trans Am car and how they are kind of like the car of tomorrow. You know, they're not like the new spec NASCAR, which is very different, but these cars are very similar to those former NASCARs, and I think that's why a lot of the older guys enjoy it, as well as the youngsters coming up.
Been very impressive. I mean, obviously I started doing some stuff with you with television, got the chance to watch Brent Cruz go and do his stuff. I mean, talk about special drivers.
Well, Nick Tucker has been such an instrumental part in growing both Brent Cruz and several others that have come through his factory of brilliance. And we are under caution now, so we've got a caution, and that is because there's a car parked up on 15. There may be one other situation as well, but that is not good, and that will change everything. And poor old Nathan Hearn will have to build it again with Thomas Merrill and Annunciata for the restart. Would it be that exit of 15, you think?
Look to be, and in that situation there, we call that dead stick, right, where the car can't move. So you can't leave it out there because it's really flowing towards the outside of the turn. There's some places where you can leave a car if you want to, and looks like now the car's, is it the car that was stopped and now coming back?
This is at the top of one, and I'm wondering if it's another car.
Oh, that was at the top of one. That would be the safety car.
That would be the safety car waiting
from that long shot. Yeah, that's James Rogerson, who drives our safety car too with our cars. I'll say our cars. Won't call them maybe F4 and FR cars. I'll call them our cars.
So then, we're under caution here. And the story so far is that the pole man, Carson Quapple, the 21-year-old, is now having to make his way back. We're on board with Jared Odrick. What a season he's had. The former NFL football player has made his name in racing, and now racing for Nitro Motorsport. He's going on better and bigger every weekend. He's been a huge success story. I know you get a lot of youngsters, but to have a professional athlete go to a completely different discipline and succeed, he's had some great wins in the Pro-Am.
But, you know, certainly understands the training aspect of it, and obviously the mental toughness that comes with playing a sport at a high level. So I think he's got those attributes when any athlete gets into another sport. It's whether or not you have the ability and the talent to be able to do that new sport that you're stepping into. I mean, we saw Michael Jordan try different things, and it's that sort of thing that you have to think about. I mean, you're used to being under the gun or having pressure, and especially with the high-level sports.
Yeah, no question that he's got that discipline. He said to me in Sebring, he said, you know, when he's playing football, he's so aware of his body and how to move his body and control his body. And he hasn't found that sort of same feeling yet with the car. And I said, but yeah, when you do, it'll be instinctive. Yep. And I said, and that's where you'll have the advantage over guys that take longer, because they're not used to being in sync either with themselves or with the machine.
And I always say, especially to our young drivers that come into our series, you know, they come out of go-karts into our series. It doesn't matter if you come into a tin-top car like a stock car or these type of cars or any type of car you're in. You need to become one with the car. And I say that to them all the time. It's almost like putting a pair of jeans on. It's part of you in the morning, and until you get to that level, you're not going to be successful.
No question about it. Expression we often use is driving by the seat of your pants, and that really is the truth in car racing.
It's so much more difficult here because the cars are so much heavier. A lot of these guys are coming out of the junior formulas, like these cars would have done dirt and everything of that nature. It doesn't really matter when you're transferring into new cars. You have to make that adaptation into the type of car that is. And like I said, I've only driven these cars a little bit, and the IROC cars. I mean, such massive weight. You have to be gentle on the brakes and take care of the tires.
Well, let's head down and find out what happened to Carson Quapple. Ben is on the scene.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jonathan and Scott. I'm here with Kyle Bookman with Carson Quapple. Started pole, and we're not sure what happened to him. He fell way back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened coming out of turn one. I don't know. For some reason, he went wide. I think he got a little help from behind, but he's good enough. We'll come back through.
Nice. So you have the confidence, and you know you've got the driver talent that car's going to come back through and be back at the sharp end.
Oh, absolutely. He says the car's still good. There's no damage to it, so he'll come back through.
Nice. Well, there you go. That's Carson Quapple there, started pole. Back to you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Ben. And there is Quapple. And as you can see, he has to overtake to get back to the sharp end. But he is a very talented young man. Another Mooresville graduate. Look at this on the bridge. Great way. Everybody loves the bridge. And both bridges, one at turn 3 and one here at turn 15, 16. Great way to watch the race, but go underneath you.
Well, a little different because F1's got banners on it, so you can't stand
you can't
see
stand
there.
yeah.
So this is like a free grandstand seat. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I did the same, I think. Great stuff. So then, on board with Lostowski as he approaches turn 20. This is the final corner here at the Circuit of the Americas, and I think we're going to get the green flag this time because, yes, here we go. And Nathan Hearn is going to do his first restart of the season from the lead. And what can Merrill do? Away goes Nathan Hearn from Australia. And the young 22-year-old does the business. Cruz looks to the inside, so does everybody else, though. And Annunziata slots into third. Drew thought about it. And, whoa, there is, well, that was the championship leader, and Boris Said Jr. also going wide. So Rafa Matos sent wide there, but he's got to be careful. And the top four already building away through the S's and starting to pull away. Nice start then from Nathan Hearn. Cruz trying to get on the back of Annunziata in this opening restart lap.
Pretty cool shot just to see that snake of cars going through there. Look how many cars are there. My gosh.
It's amazing. And, of course, why we've got so many this weekend is we've got a lot of West Coast drivers here. We've got a few one-offs. You will see a local, if you will. And then we've also got such a battle in the Pro-Am and in the Young Guns. Look at this. 3 wide coming into 11. This is how we love it. And unfortunately, the 60 of Rafa Matos is trying to stay out of everybody's way as we go back on board with Lostowski, who loses a place, and including Quapple and the 41 of Andretti, I think.
You don't want to come on to the longest straightaway on the racetrack anywhere slow because you're going to get eaten up, and we see that happening right now.
Yeah, Andretti it is on the inside at 12. Oh, this is going to be a mess. A lot of cars trying to get into one tiny space. Andretti's through. Quapple's just ahead by a nose on him, but it's nip and tuck. Austin Green in the mix. Quapple going on the inside at 13. Andretti right behind him. Now we come through 14 on the inside now for Andretti. He's going to lose a long lunge there by Andretti. That was good driving from Adam Andretti.
Yeah, and that was planned 2 turns earlier because he knew exactly what he was going to do and where he was going to do it.
Now he's got Austin Green, a former teammate of his. And Andretti already a winner in TA at Road Atlanta earlier this year. He's raced in both TA and TA2. And is without doubt one of our most experienced drivers, having won in every mark there is in Trans Am. But look at this, Nathan Hearn building a lead now. He's got a gap of just under a second. And if he can build on that in this lap, and look at them taking every part of the track and more. And that's the 40 of Ben Mayer doing a good job battling with McKee in the 128. 2 very young drivers. McKee, a young phenom who came onto the national scene at just 12 years of age in dirt racing, and has definitely been earmarked for the future, just as Brent Cruz and Connor Zillage did a couple of years ago. And that dust still flying up. They do want to go over that dust. It's not going to help any of them if they keep throwing it up.
Well, what they're trying to do is actually cut that corner so they can have the next corner comes up very quickly, right? So you want to make sure that you're over to the right as quickly as possible to get through there. But These guys are doing a great job. You know, I think about this racetrack, Johnny, and these cars, it suits very well. You talk about coming here for the last race. These guys can go and dive up the inside because they have all that racetrack on the exit to use if they need it during the pass, where if you get to a place like Road America or Mid-Ohio, where the series also runs, outside that white line is grass. Yeah. So you can't go and make a move like that. But here it affords a lot of racing and a lot of liberties that you can do with the car.
Back to Pro-Am, Jared Odrick, and in fact, the Pro-Am Championship at the moment in 15th, led by Sam Corrie. We're watching this battle between Odrick in 22nd and John Atwell, and Odrick having a good run so far, but it's a tough battle. In the West Championship, it looks as though Tim Barber still leading that. He's down in 18th position, but leading the entries from the West Coast. The spinner there! That looked like the Hendricks car of Boris Said Jr. at the exit of 12. That's a very obvious place to spin. It's easy to get it wrong there. As we take a look at the Zero car. And we have another caution. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Who's coming in? Barry Bowes. Hey, so thank you so much, guys. Sorry about that, I'm checking, but Barry Bowes, our Pro-Am champion, is going to be coming in. You can see the Team SLR. The team is working to change the front left tire is what I'm hearing. I was talking to Alan Mincy. Now, Alan Mincy there at the front is a tire changer champion with, I believe, the Kevin Harvick team. So they pulled him off of another team to come here to assist in this tire change. So we'll see. I'll point out Alan Mincy as Barry comes in. So Alan Mincy is there. He's the one, boots on the ground on his knees right there, looking to change Barry's tires. It doesn't look super bad. And now, like I heard you guys talking about the modern NASCAR, there's center lock wheels, but this is still the old lug nuts going on the wheels. But we can see that. And Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you and Scott for your expertise happening here.
Great stuff, Ben. And as you can see, the tyres going on. Barry Bowes' car, the ASIO Data Company based here in Austin. He's moved, though, to Tennessee, but he is an Austin boy, and he's had such a successful season. He moved to this team, and he's never looked back since this season, and he's really suddenly vaunted up the lap board, as it were, because of the professional team he's working with, and because he's got that team. It was a one-man team before that. We saw a little bit of action with Andretti. Adam Andretti up to 14th position, and Barry Bowes will have lost that 13th position. So this bodes well for Andretti and Quapple coming through. Quapple now 12th, Austin Green 11th, and Evan Slater rounding out the top 10. He is in 10th position at the moment, and Rafa Matos is in 9th. Barry Bowes is out then.
Well, the pressure's off,
yeah,
isn't it? Because he just goes out there and he needs to just to enjoy what he's doing. And as you mentioned this morning, it's very enjoyable to be able to come to a racetrack knowing that your championship is all set and done. What he does a lot in the off season is he works with a lot of drivers, does a lot of coaching, a lot of drivers in go-karts also. As you know, we do the same sort of program working with young karters, because young karters come in, it doesn't matter if it's single-seater racing or tin-top racing like this, they all come out of karts, and that's where he spends his winter time, and he ends up going to what they call the Florida Winter Tour with some of his drivers. And I was down there with my son umpteen years ago, one big race in January, February, and March, and including the Rock Cup USA karting program. So he's giving back to young drivers coming into the sport back on the karting level where they all started from. So give him great credit for doing that.
I bet you wish there was more Winter Series when you were coming up.
Oh yeah, no, I mean we went to a place called Barnesville, Georgia. It was a winter nationals, but I mean karting is so prevalent right now. We just made a deal with Rock Cup USA, and we're involved with them, so they're racing at the Rio Hotel in the parking lot in Vegas this weekend. But all the young karters, they have aspirations. Doesn't matter if it's single-seater, IndyCar, Formula One, NASCAR. Everybody starts in karts.
Yeah, exactly. And as you say, having a relationship with the Radford School and with Rock that really does get you a chance to see these juniors in action and also advise them where they should go next.
Yeah, we work a lot with parents, even if they don't come into our series. It means you want to guide the parents out there because, you know, we all understand the stuff that we're involved in, and parents are coming along and maybe they've got a young son or daughter that want to get involved in racing, and, you know, there's not really a book 101 on how to do this. So
no.
We certainly want to go and make them understand, and making sure that they're buying the right equipment, you know, obviously whether it's a Bell helmet and OMP suits, I mean, all the top gear out there, they want to make sure that they're understanding how to put their young son or daughter out there at being safe.
We're under caution here at the Circuit of the Americas. This, the big last grand finale of the season, and it is the Australian Nathan Hearn would make a bit of little history if he was able to win this. He's yet to win a Trans Am race. He came here and got 4th place about 3 years ago, and he's never looked back since. And he made a great name for himself coming back for a full season in 23, excuse me, and he's back again, but not for the full season this time. And so he's been sort of kind of commuting almost between racing in Australia, and then when he's over here, he'll do a bit of dirt racing, and so he's done some late model racing, and he's just had a lot of fun. He's connected with the Howe team, and this weekend, or Howe Chassis, and this weekend he's racing with the Fast Auto team. So he's building a good friendship and relationships with all of the teams here in the United States, and that's going to bode well. And I know that there's a lot of following in Australia for him, and Trans Am are growing quite quickly in Australia and New Zealand. So it's great to have Nathan flying the flag in many ways and showing just how good some of the talent is down under.
When you think about down under, you talk about that, I think about touring cars.
Yeah.
You know, they such all the time as you're talking about. It's just the racing series, even when I was growing up, everybody knew about the touring cars, and there's got to be a lot of ways to be able to transfer between the two. I mean, very similar cars in a sense, but, you know, that's where obviously down under, even Penske found Scott McLaughlin because, you know, and now he's over winning races in the IndyCar series. So I think you just don't look in your country, within North America, per se. I mean, there's so many talented drivers around the world that we're getting a chance to see all those guys come this way.
Well, the one that springs to mind for me is Shane Van Gisbergen Trackhouse. What a story that is turning out to be, because he's doing everything right. A little bit of smoke coming out of the 128 there, but I don't think it was something that's going to stop him. But yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen using all his supercar skills and multiple championships. Yeah, that does look a bit odd.
Yeah, no, you see how the car's squirming there?
Yeah.
As we call it, you know, snaking along. So report is right now it's got a flat tire, so he'll just have to get himself in there and get that changed. Good thing for him, it's under caution right now, so he's going to lose track position, but when he comes back out, he'll be able to get to the back of the queue.
Well, that's one of the youngsters I've been talking about. That's Tristan McKee from Kannapolis, North Carolina in the SLR. So Scott Lagasse prepared M1 car, Camaro, and yeah, I think he's just going to try and limp back. There he is, off. He's out of the way. And
yeah, tires
just came apart. Yeah. Ah, what a shame. Yeah,
well,
look, there's the rim.
Yeah, well, the nice thing is he's actually underneath the caution period, so he's not trying to rush it in, because a lot of times the tires come apart like that and end up taking out the fender of the car. So
is he doing damage to the rim here or not?
Oh, yeah. And then as a driver, you know that's happening. It's going to be very loud inside the car. And but you know what? That rim will come off and it'll be now used for a hose holder in your house.
Yeah, there you go. A hose holder. I bet you've got many of those. I love it. Well, Tristan McKee, definitely one for the future, but not today. Franklin Road prepared car is coming in, and we'll try to change wheels here as we're still under caution, our second one. Clouds are gathering, but I don't think we're going to get any rain in this one. And it is Nathan Hearn leading Merrill, Cruz, Annunziata. And it looks as though the pace car will soon be off. And we'll go racing again. Should be green this time as they come out of 19. There's the pace car going in, so that tells everybody we are going racing again. So the race is now controlled by Nathan Hearn. He did a good restart last time. The only one that really tried to challenge was Brent Cruz. And Annunziata now in 4th place. I can imagine he would make a break, and so Jake True. And away he goes, and that's good work again by Hearn. He's got those bullet starts. Merrill has gone with him. And as I expected, Annunziata making a move on fellow youngster Brent Cruz, just 19 years of age. Annunziata, and he up to 3rd ahead of our champion, Brent Cruz. Andretti right in the thick of it. Got Quapple in front of him, the pole man. But this has been a good recovery from Andretti. Really good recovery. And I knew that I said in qualifying that he was way out for his qualifying, and if he could just make some places up. But look at this. Thomas Merrill has made the move on the leader and now takes up the lead. So well done to him. And Thomas Merrill needs to lead this race and needs every point he can if he's going to have a smidgen of a chance. And Andretti all over the pole man, Quapple, as they come over 10.
We talked about the 133-foot climb up towards turn 1, but still look at the rest of this racetrack.
Yeah,
as we're looking right there. It's really neat. It's got a great flow around this racetrack, and even going down the backstretch, which we're headed to, you'll see that there's a bit of a dip. You go up over a rise, and it's quite a thrill when you're in the car at speed.
Oh yeah, no question. And this is a really long back straight, and you try to get into the draft of another car and then pull to the inside. That's the best place for a block pass, but as you can see, the race line is further out. So if you're racing for position, and there's Matos in the middle there, and just behind is Slater, but you know, you have to take the inside line, but you've got to keep the impetus up. And now a block door that includes Austin Green and Carson Quapple for Andretti and Slater as they try to nudge their way forward. Out of 15 they come. 11 of the 30. Still a long way to go in this one, but the car's starting to drop some fuel, obviously, after using it. And so the car's getting lighter, and the tyres starting to feel the use. But we've had 2 cautions, and if you were out there today, that would be something in your mind that you know that you haven't used the tyres too hard.
Well, you know, the most important thing here, especially for these guys, and I mentioned a little bit earlier, there's no traction control, and you've got so much horsepower in these things. These things are really beasts to drive. Most important thing to realize that you might get a caution with 5 laps left to go, and as I tell our young drivers that are coming into it all the time, conserve your tires. Try not to beat them up or abuse them, because if you've all packed up together and you get a green with 5 laps left to go, your best friend will be a good set of tires on the race car.
Yeah, no kidding. Ben Mayer just making a nice move as we go back on board with Andretti through 2. I love this section. It's so hard, and you can see you turn left, right, and then it tightens up here. Look at this.
So do you downhill ski?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you know what happens if you miss the first set of poles?
You never get back.
You never get back. It's the same sort of thing here. Guys are going through the dust, but same sort of thing there. And you can get back on track, but you have to slow the car down, and you lose speed and you lose time.
Well, Andretti doing everything which way to try and get past Quapple. This is great racing between the pair of them, and if not 4 or 5 cars, and then off at 10 there, dust flowing up. So a race that's got so much to come. Merrill still leading from Hernan and Nunziata. Wow, it doesn't get much better than this. 12 laps gone of the 30, and we said that we'd be racing all through the pack, and that's exactly what's happened. We've got a Pro-Am Championship, we've got the Young Guns Championship, we've got the Rookies Championship. They're all racing for money, position, and prestige.
So just in turn 11 there, we saw something fall off a car and head toward the outside of this. Interesting to see if that's going to cause a problem with somebody here in the future. But just over 160 miles an hour coming down this backstretch into 12 here. Side-by-side action. We talked about all the excess track that's on the outside of the really proper racetrack here, allowing these guys to go ahead and make moves that maybe would be a chance to do if you're a race circuit that has the grass usually typically on the outside. So makes for a lot of passing ability. Be interested to see how many passes go in this one complete lap. Now there was a piece that we saw before, so
I think that's why I think we're going to get a caution, and we do. We've got a caution, and our eagle-eyed Ron has got that, our cameraman, down at 11, and he is going right to that pit. What does that look like to you?
I'm not really too sure. It's definitely off the line, so it looks like part of a tailpipe or something of that nature. But and it looked like, you know, we had a car we talked about before. It looked like to me it was dragging the exhaust on it. As I mentioned, thought that he'd have to get that fixed. That's exactly what that looks like to me. But I'm a single-seater guy, not a tin-top guy.
Well, third caution. I'll tell you what. I know you may not be a tin-top guy, but you know all about safety cars. And this must be now the third one frustrating.
Yeah, and they also had a car on the right-hand side there coming out of 20, if you saw in the camera view when we were making that turn. So I'm sure that's why Tim Richter, the race director there, sees that. The car's in a bad spot, so get under caution. Everybody's packed up one more time. So this is helping tires towards the end of the race.
Yeah, no question about it. And it means that everybody is in a position to go for it.
Talked about the wind. You can see that flag again.
We welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. Yeah, that wind is strong. I saw gusts of some 17 to 20 miles an hour yesterday, and I think we're about the same today again. So yeah, it's going to be affecting them, and it is a different wind than I anticipated, because usually, like I said, it's coming down the straight. This time it's kind of coming from south to north, which it has been all week this week.
So it hits you when you get through turn 2,
yeah.
Makes an effect going through the S's there just a little bit. I'm sure the drivers can probably feel that, especially if it's actually changing, but it seems like it's the same pitch right now all the way through. So you just want to see it consistently, and that gives you an understanding of what's going on.
We're on board with the 0 car in the PA Championship of Jared Odrick. And Odrick currently trying to see if he can get some good points in the Pro-Am Series. And we can probably have a look at what's caused this safety car. And it is because, well, 2 reasons. One, we've got a car at 20, but also we've got that debris down at turn 11. We'll see it here. We'll flick off. There you go. And it looked like it might have come off Andretti's car, of all people, unless he just hit it and pushed it wide.
Right.
That which might be the case, because Andretti's not showing any signs of any problems.
Yep, I think the yellow is definitely for the car at 20, because that debris is far enough off the course. You generally wouldn't actually go ahead and stop that. But yeah, you can't have race cars left on course, because as you know, expect the unexpected, and if you say it can't happen, it generally happens. So somebody ended up hitting it.
Look at he's putting his hand out of the cockpit there. It's just cooling down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's head down to Ben Sissel for the latest here in caution. Then just getting into the situation, finding out what's going on.
So I'm here with Jeremy with Dig Motorsports. He's with Tim Barber, who came into this second in the points in the Western Championship. I've been following the Western Championship all season. It's been super close between like the top 5, but he's doing really well. And then the leader fell way back, Michael LaPaglia. So anything can happen here, Jeremy.
It's all, yeah. I mean, if it stays like it is now, I think we got it. But it's still a long race to go.
And I know you've been working really hard to build Dig Motorsports. You've got other cars available to rent on the West Coast, and we know that you're fast, and then you've got a coach like Tim Barber there. Why not do that?
Yep, and I think we're going to cherry pick some national stuff next year also, and hopefully Tim Barber's back in the car.
Nice. I love that. Well, Jonathan and Scott, if you don't mind, it looks like we're going to stay yellow for a little bit, so we'll follow me up here, try to talk to Doug Winston. Doug Winston has had some bad luck here at Circuit of the Americas the last couple years. You can hear the cars coming by, but we're going to try to get some comments. So Doug Winston out of the car, bring back the trades. And Doug, I hate to say this, but you got some bad luck at Circuit of the Americas.
You're not kidding, but you know what? Look, that's the way it goes. That's racing. We lost an oil pump belt and lost the motor. But this is the last race for this car. We got a new car coming next year. And 2025 we're looking to.
Nice. Well, Doug, I've loved having you in the series, man. Love everything you stand for. And then we'll come over here and talk to the Papinis with Michael LaPaglia. So, Michael LaPaglia, I don't know what happened. So what happened? He's falling way back.
We don't know either, because our radio communication cut out. So we're going in this blindly. However, he's staying focused and moving up position slowly, so we're looking to take the win one way or another.
Looking to take the win, always looking good. Thank you for coming out. Jonathan Scott, I'm going to send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Ben. Great stuff. And, yeah, using the caution to the best of its ability, so to speak, because there's nothing to talk about when they're under caution. So great to get some insight from some of the team managers and engineers. But it's Merrill, Hearn, and Annunziata. Merrill making that move on Hearn, who led pretty much from the start. And in fact, let's talk more about that, because we were focusing on a different battle when the overtake took place. Let's have a look at how he got the lead. So here we go. At the restart, Hearn with the lead. And as they exited turn 1 is where Merrill watched Annunziata on the inside. But there you go. Merrill on the inside here gets side by side and then effectively forces Hearn wide. That's fine. But comes out best on that one. We were also concentrating on Annunziata, who also did something similar, but that's how he got the lead. More debris on the outside here, coming into 12.
And that's that tire, remember? That was coming apart before. So, you know, that's not really where a driver will be. So they're probably just going to leave that. If they have time to pick that up, they would certainly go out there and do that. The track crew here at COTA, because we used them a lot in the last couple of days here, are excellent.
Yeah.
Quite a few trucks stationed around there.
So Pro-Am led by Corey at the moment, and he's 13th overall. Tim Barber is in 16th place, and of course he is in Pro-Am and also the West Coast. And then Kelley 18th, Prochuk, Gallagher, and a little further down you can see Ricardo Jr. coming in, the Brazilian touring car star, and Sheehan behind him, 26th, 27th. Barry Bowes has rejoined after that tire, he's 29th, and there is LaPaglia. Michael's been a perennial driver in the West Coast Series, but always comes to this national race. We love having all the West Coast guys here because this is officially a West Coast race, even though we're in Austin, somewhat in the middle. But it does count. We're Southwest. Great shot from the drone, and one of my favorites this weekend. That nice and low above the 16, 17, and 18 position, and then this is just out of 18 and towards 19. In fact, that's the apex of 19 you're looking at now. And onto the main straight they come. No safety car now, so we'll be racing again, and Thomas Merrill has the duty of restarting it. Can Hearn pay back the compliment? Done to him, and he knows now that it's possible, and sure enough, it's exactly what he's doing. But here comes Annunziata. He's going to try and break both of them. Oh, can't quite do it. He locks up there, and that's good work from Hearn, and he's done exactly what Merrill did to him the previous restart. They're still side by side, but Hearn takes the lead again. Annunziata made a big lunge there, couldn't quite pull it off, but he slotted into third. Cruz now fourth, and still Drew in fifth place. Just behind them, Ben Mayer. So it's great to have all these youngsters, and Thomas Merrill, not maybe as young as all of them, but still a very fast racing driver. And in fact, he coaches a lot, these youngsters, as much as he can. So he's giving away the secrets, but hey, he enjoys it. On board with Andretti as he reunites that battle with Wappel, the poleman, who of course had a problem and lost the lead early on and then dropped right back to somewhere like 17th place, but has gathered it all up and got right back into the hunt and is now vying for a top 10 finish.
Andretti's marched himself up there pretty well, and these caution periods have helped because it close everybody back together again, so he gets an opportunity to get back and pass some people.
Here comes Annunziata, the 19-year-old on.
Look how bumpy that is. You can see the front splitter up and down there.
Yeah, it really ripples up at 12, and you see the cars bouncing. And that was a great overtake by Annunziata there, and Merrill doesn't need this. He's hoping that Matos comes to a stop somewhere and retires, and he can win this race, but that's really the option to win the title, and the only option. So work to do then for the HB Tuners Cope cars of the number 26. HB Tuners racing, of course, in Brazil currently with Oscar Piastri. And HB Tuners right here in Austin, Texas, back with Andretti, and another spin. That's LaPaglia in the 31. Michael LaPaglia spun round. He's got the engine going. He's okay, so that shouldn't bring out any more caution. Onto the front straight. Ooh, bit of a moment for Annunziata in second place, but he's losing ground, and Hearn is pulling away. Merrill will want to get back up to second place as soon as he can. There's still a long way to go in this race. He comes to the outside now. Now he switches back to the inside. Classic overtake maneuver. Can't quite pull it off. Annunziata's fast and steady there. Another incident. 39 this time.
Yeah, down in 12. We got some parts on the racetrack there.
Boy, this has had some drama. That's Bob Ricardo Jr. That's the Make-A-Wish man who's helping out and doing a great job of making a wish come true for young 8-year-old Jackson.
So what Race Control is doing right now is they're watching the cameras to see if that car gets moved. And if it doesn't, then you'll see another full course caution. The other issue, too, is going to be the parts on the racetrack. So that's something you always have to watch out for.
Now
car
another
stationary.
46. This one, another SLR car. Boy, we've had some attrition today. Let's see if we can get him going again. But he looked parked up. That's Tim Carroll from Santa Ana, California. One of the West Coast drivers. Down the back straight they come then. And Brent Cruz now trying to attempt an overtake into 12.
Yeah, you got to have that caution. If the car's not moved, he'll pull the caution out just so we don't have all the cars racing past him. Even though it would be a local yellow, but that's the right call.
So, as you can see, he's parked up there at the exit of 12, which is why we're under caution. Ty Young is in the 22. It's been a really tough season for Ty Young. He's had some problems, some banging and bruising with some other cars, and now it's a mechanical problem. So, if it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any. Poor old Ty. Now, what are they pulling out of here? They're trying to...
That's the brake hose. It must be having a problem with the brake or something of that nature, because that's obviously the cooling hose that's there. But, you know, they're not right by the motor, but I can tell you that there's so much heat in there.
Yeah.
That
well, they just yanked it out and said, forget it.
Let's just go. So must have dislodged or something of that nature and started to come loose and causing an issue. So,
Mike Cope boys know what they're doing. A little bit of duct tape always fixes everything. That's the greatest thing in motor racing, isn't it?
When they call that at Indy, they call that the 200-mile-an-hour tape. So they just.
So there you go. Strap it up and send her. There you go. Ty Young knows it's good. Quick bump start and away we go. So he's got out in time. But these are the tough races, I always think, for drivers mentally, because you know your concentration has to lapse during this period.
Well, there's lots of starts and stops and things like that. I mean, it gives you a bit of a rest in the car. Obviously, these guys have the cool suits and everything like that. It's not that hot here today, so, you know, it's not that too much of an issue. Then again, we always talk about taking care of the brakes and taking care of the tires. Is there a disagreement here about who's actually third on the grid? Is that why these two guys are beside each other? They're trying to talk it out?
Well, as you can see, another lap under safety, and like you say, you've really got to be on top of the car. And there's some damage to that all-black car. I think that might be Slater's damage to all of the cars, but there's definitely damage to the front of that one. So everybody's going to know they've been in a war today, that's for sure. So then, let's get ready for the restart, but we've got another lap yet. We welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. We are still under caution, our third caution of the day. The bridges are festooned with fans, though, on both of the big bridges. It's been great, but it's been frustrating as a race for the drivers. Scott Goodyear alongside me. Like I said, it's got to be tough. Luckily, they've got cool suits, and luckily, the weather with the cloud cover is making it not as hot as it was yesterday.
Certainly a racetrack that really demands a lot of concentration, especially for these flowing S's.
You know, you can see Lostowski just wiping his brow there for a moment.
You know, this is such a fun racetrack. We talked about the extra pavement that's on the outside, climbing through the S's right now, and then it takes a plunge down. You know, we talk about turn one all the time, and that's what everybody sees when they see pictures about COTA. But the rest of it's just as much fun to drive.
This is my favorite part, coming over 10. I think that's a great corner.
And it's blind. I mean, you come up over there, it's blind, so you have to be right on point to come up over that. You know, they do a lot of car programs here. When we got here earlier in the week, the Ferrari Club of Austin was here, and a lot of Ferraris going across there. And, you know, there's got to be a thrill for people just to get on a racetrack, especially an F1 track. But at this particular track, the way it's designed, you know, even for me, and I've been in a lot of tracks around the world, just when I first came here a few years ago, tremendous racetrack, just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's down on paper as a Herman Tilke design, which is for Formula One, and he has designed pretty much most of the state-of-the-art Formula One circuits around the world. And now his son has carried on the business. But the other person that had a huge input into it was Kevin Schwantz, the local former MotoGP champion from '93, lives locally here in Austin and was good friends with Tavo Hellman. And when they started sort of instigating that, they drew this actual map out on a napkin one night over a beer, and said, if I had a chance, and I've talked to Kevin a lot about this, he loves turn 10. He designed it that way to be blind. He wanted it to be steeper. And so, there's a lot of different touches that have gone here. And, of course, we always talk about the stadium section being, marked after the Hockenheim ring, which Kevin rode many a time. Then there's the S's, which are based on Silverstone's Maggots and Beckett's complex. And then finally that triple right-hander at 15. God, they're still extracting that car. But the triple right-hander underneath the tower is based on Turkey, but backwards. Let's head down now to Ben for the latest.
Well, thank you. I'm here with Mark Durgan. We call him Doc, Rafa Matos crew chief with Nitro Motorsports. And, other than maybe his door being open, it looks like everything's going your way.
Well, I wouldn't say going our way, Ben. We're tight. We're usually not tight. We don't have the speed we usually have, and we're lacking a little bit. But it's not about winning the battle; it's about winning the war. Yeah. That's where we are.
And you feel like you've done that now?
I do. I feel like we've done what we need to do to win championship and be 2024 Trans Am champions.
Nice, yeah. Provisionally right now, pending anything that might happen or with tech inspections, Rafa Matos looks like he's done everything he can do with my man Pete's dad's name on the car. So, Pete, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, it's really great that the team honored my dad. He got me into racing. Love the sport because of my father. And, and this team is like a family to me. So it's really an honor. And I can't thank Mark and I can't thank Nick Tucker enough about this Nitro Motorsports. And hopefully we take home the championship today and honor it with style.
Well, they're about to go green. Well, actually, they're not. Sorry about that. Nope, sorry. I just scared you. But that just shows the competitiveness of Nitro. Even though they've won a championship provisionally, they want to win the race. You can see both of them nodding yes. I'm going to go back to you guys.
Yeah, great interview. And, you basically, we said it at the beginning, Rafa Matos in that number 60 has got the championship, bar the shouting. There he is. But, he wants to finish the race. The last thing he wants to do is pull out with a problem or get into fisticuffs with another car and come off worse. Merrill will just keep going, hope out of hope, you never know. But pretty much as he took the green, Matos had it. And so now it's a case of really, really just wanting to finish on a high. And you heard from his team there, they don't want to just take the championship home, they want to win.
You want to win every race you go to for certain.
Here's an issue. Ty Young, if it wasn't for bad luck, well, remember, he was the one in with the brake problems. Yeah. So the truck out there trying to kind of protect him, if you will, and that's a good safety move. Make sure that the car and the human is covered, then get out, check on the human, and then see if we can get him dragged away. There is an outlet, if you will, or an off-ramp in the middle of the back straight there, and so they'll try to get him into that as soon as possible to avoid, obviously, slowing things down and proceeding. And here it comes. That truck to give him a tow out of it.
Well, that's interesting because they're bringing the flatbed in there right now, so it tells you maybe that the car will not roll. Otherwise, you'd hook up and just pull him and roll him. But we'll do and see if it's not going to be a flat tow, then I guess it has to be up on top of the truck.
Let's head down once again to Ben's.
Well, thank you very much. I'm with the legend Ron Otto here, who's over Thomas Annunziata, currently running second. But not only running second, he's also running to win the Young Guns Championship. And then he's going to be in a TA car later today. So, Ron, what's he saying on the radio?
Man, he's really quiet right now, just real focused. Nick's doing more talking than he is, talking him up, trying to keep him up on the wheel, which that's never a problem with Thomas. But these restarts are pretty exciting, so we'll see how it goes.
Nice, and that is totally true. These restarts are very exciting, especially up there at Big Red, as Jonathan calls it. So let's get it back to you guys in the booth.
Well, that's its official name, I may add. Big Red McCombs. Red McCombs, a very famous gentleman and businessman here in the region and was one of the original investors. And so we haven't got many name corners for this track yet. They've named Turn 11 Bobby Pin after Bobby Epstein. And so we've got Big Red and Bobby Pin, but other corners have yet to be named. But I think think a few people like my McConaughey complex of all right.
Yeah, there you go.
The complex.
Yeah, I gets that.
So that's my one. But I'm sure there'll be more to be made. And as this history unfolds at this fantastic circuit, I feel so privileged to have been here right from the get-go. The first ever Formula One race in 2012. I'll never forget it. I was sat in this very seat and Alonso came round in a Ferrari and I had a little tear in my eye because I never thought it would happen.
Very cool. I mean, home tracks, when they're living around racetracks and you grow up with them and be able to work around them is very cool. My home track, obviously, being Mossport in Canada, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, ex-F1 track, but, you know, a lot of corners like Moss's Turn, Andretti straightaway. I mean, it's very typical for Canadian or Europe to have names or turns and straights on their circuits.
Well, I'd love to see Mario, who was the first person to turn a wheel here in his beautiful Lotus 77. And yeah, if we're going to name some straights, I think Andretti would be up there as one of the ambassadors over the years. Likewise, a two-wheel hero like Rossi could also get a mention, or Marquez, who of course has ruled the roost here in two wheels over the years. So this is a long
well, I think it was that second car, right? Then they had the first one cleared, and then we got the second one here. But, you know, it's funny, you just, and I know we're doing four wheels right now, but you mentioned two wheels, and I grew up, we were a motorcycle and snowmobile dealer in our family business, and Kawasaki dealer, so I've been on bikes all my life. But I've been away and hadn't seen them for very often. Remember they came to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Grand Prix bikes a few years ago? And I'd not been around stuff for decades. I went there, and they were running when I got there, and they were during a practice session. I walked out the front stretch, and man, oh man, the speed that they went, like, those guys are my heroes.
Yeah, I think that's true for everybody. Yeah, I've always appreciated the fact that people like Adrian Newey and a lot of the racing drivers come and enjoy MotoGP and World Superbike and AMA and Moto America, and they do have the same opinion. It's one thing to do it in four wheels. It's a completely other thing to do it when you're basically your body is the reason that you get through the corners.
Yeah, I mean, under braking, the back wheel comes up a little bit. They put the power down, the back end slides out a little bit. The front end wheel comes up, and they look over their shoulder to see where their guy is behind them. They should have crashed 3 times already.
It's nuts. And the lean angles, 66-degree lean angles. They're getting they've got titanium on their shoulders now.
Yeah,
their shoulders are in the ground. It's great. It's a real spectacle here.
And didn't they come out with airbags now in their suits or something like that? I saw. I mean, pretty incredible.
Yep.
Yeah. We talk about airbags and safety things. Obviously, we get the safer barrier at Indianapolis and on oval tracks all the way around the country. But you know, and all the safety aids that have come into racing over the years, especially in single-seaters with the Hans device, and now being used in these types of cars. I mean, it's a world lot safer than it was when I first entered in the sport 18 years ago.
Well, we're under caution still as we go on board with Jared Odrick. And there's no question that this has been a really topsy-turvy race. But the plus side of that is with 19 minutes to go on the clock, or 12 laps, depending on which ends first. And, of course, the race kind of extends with these long laps like this under caution. But everybody in the field will have tyres to go to the end because they really haven't been pushing them like they would in a normal 100-mile race with no stops. So this is going to get interesting because everybody's got the equipment to run all the way to the end fast.
And the flow, I mean, as a driver, you certainly feel the difference in the flow. You get up, you get going, the tires get back up to temperature after a caution period, and then all of a sudden you stop again. So it's weird how that ebb and flow happens, but it's a driver's job to make sure that you are on cue and ready to go when it comes back to green, because that's what you're being paid to do.
And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. We're still in the caution. We had the initial caution, and then another car, Ty Young, stopped on the back straight, and they'd have to extract him from the long back straight. So that's why we're still under caution. And as you can see, this is a long caution. But the good thing is the safety car lights, it looks as though, are out. But the good thing is they've got the tyre now to take them all the way to the end. We think there's just under 12 laps, 11 laps coming up if we go to a restart here. So we're going to have a sprint race of just over 10 laps.
What I love here is on the start and coming up to one. Now watch it when we go through that next time. We got the camera and you see them come up the hill. You see one car, you see two cars, you see three cars, and then they're even driving over the blend line and pit lane to come in there and dive down the inside.
Which is a no-no in a lot of other. I know in your season you can't do that. Now Nathan Hearn's got a decision to make here. He was beaten up by Merrill at the restart 2 restarts ago. He then did the same back last time out. Now he's got Annunziata, the young 19-year-old, right behind him. You know he's going to make a move. Merrill's looking for the lead and the win, and with 10 to go, here comes Annunziata as expected. Hearn tries to defend, but he can't defend from both. Wide goes Merrill, Annunziata goes wide, and Hearn's been the wisest of all. That was really interesting. Hearn just chose the middle track to try to defend against both of them, and he won out.
You know, it's amazing what happens there, because you just go in that corner, Johnny, and you're trying to go as deep as you possibly can, and then you think, oh my gosh, I didn't go deep enough because people are passing you, and then running over the corner. So, you know, you can only do what your car gives you that you can do.
Yeah, that was great. And, yeah, Thomas has got it all to do. 10 laps to go then. And it's been a frenetic race, but it's been a very aggressive race at the front. No real change between the top 5. We've had a lot of guys coming up. Quapple's now coming through the grid to try to get up there. He's 11th, and Andretti is 12th. Austin Green's dropped to 10th. You can see him there in the all-yellow car. But look, everybody jostling for an overtake into 11. There's Austin Green. There's Andretti. There's Quapple. So Andretti's got past Quapple. And that's a good overtake for him. Now he goes in pursuit of Austin Green, and he's got the inside line. This is interesting from Andretti. He's now on the dirty part of the circuit, but if he can get alongside Austin Green, he'll make a block pass into 12, and that's exactly what he's doing. He'll break as late as he dares. Austin Green doesn't like it. 3 of them touch, including the champion to be. Oh, you don't need to be in this battle. Rafa Matos, this is the last thing he needs. And Quapple gets through, and Austin Green is shuffled to the back.
Andretti pulls that off. I thought he was going to be way too tight being on the inside there, but would you call it earlier? Argy-bargy? He just got everybody touching.
Oh, Rafa almost got turned around there. I mean, this is tough news. I mean, I know that Rafa, I mean, he just, after 22, and if you don't remember that far back, this exact scenario played out between Merrill and Rafa Matos. Matos got into a Barney and got a damaged car, kept going, but in the end, on the countback, Merrill won the championship, and he's got to have that in his mind, regardless of what they tell him about, oh, you've got this, you just need to get going and start the race. He won't be thinking that at all. Look at this, 3 wide. Brent Cruz, our former champion, in the middle. And alongside him, damage to Merrill's car at the back left.
Yeah, you saw the wheels touching there in the front of both those cars, sparks coming out.
Wow, what a frenetic start. And Annunziata and the leader, Nathan Hearn, are pulling away from this chasing group. Now Jake Drew all over the back of Merrill.
I think everybody's overdriving it, pushing the cars, because they don't have to use these cars now for months. So it's not like they have to go somewhere next week or next month. So
that's a good point.
You just go ahead and just drive the wheels off.
Well, and also I think because the fact that they've got the tires underneath them, they want to race hard.
Good grip, and then obviously these cautions are bringing everybody together again.
Well, you could see the gap for yourself from high above. Oh, the 16 of Jim Gallagher gets a spin, but rights it and carries on. But down to 11 then. Annunziata tries to brake as late as he possibly. You saw he squirreled under braking there. But they've done a good job of cracking it at the front between the top 2 to pull away just enough where Cruz and those chasing Merrill can't quite catch them at the moment. We've got a cracking battle. Let's take a look. Coming down into 12. But look at this. This was that moment. And boy,
got through 3 cars, past 3 cars in that one turn.
Amazing. And right in the middle of all of it was poor old Rafa Matos, the Brazilian. And here is a look from Andretti. Yeah, some more argy-bargy there in front of him. And that is what allowed him to get the drive on Austin Green, because Austin Green had to slow up a little bit, and that allowed Andretti to catch up. What racing! 9 to go here as they go through the Triple Apex 16, 17, and 18.
Yeah, have you ever been up in that tower?
Oh, yeah.
Was it 450 odd feet or something like that?
It's amazing. It's a really amazing view, and it's got a glass floor, which makes it very
and I heard that, and I'm not a fan of heights. So somebody asked me the other day if I was up there, and I said, you know what? I'd rather drive into turn 1 at Indy at 240 like I did all my life instead of actually stand up there. That's for sure.
Yeah, I find that racing drivers outside of a race car are not scaredy cats, but they just don't like things where they're not in control. Here we go, Annunziata for the lead. It's going to be side by side, and Hearn tries to come back at him, but he just finds that there's a green car there, and that was good work by Annunziata. But there was nothing really that Hearn could do, and I think payback could be on the next lap. But if these two keep taking strips off each other, Merrill and Cruz will catch them, and there's still plenty of time with 8 to go for these two great champions of Trans Am, chasing down these youngsters. No question, it's been a breakout year for Thomas Annunziata. He's been superb, the man from New Jersey.
Love watching them through the S's with the cars just sliding. These guys are sliding just perfectly from one turn to another.
Yeah, it's like a ballet, isn't it? They just sort of hit their marks and slide from side to side. Really impressive.
Here we go. Cruz is going to jive down the inside. You know, that extra pavement that we talk about allows guys the liberties to go ahead and make the moves that they wouldn't get along with in other turns. But now he's got a good runoff last turn here.
Yeah, that was a good move, in fact.
On the right-hand side.
Sent him wide.
Some contact.
Yeah. Brent Cruz then got a little bit of a gap. And now just 11 minutes to go in this one. And it's nip and tuck for the final race of the year. Jake Drew now trying to make a move on the 26 of Thomas Merrill. The man from Salinas, California, had a mathematical chance of winning the championship overall, but he's going to end up as runner-up by the looks of things. But like all the drivers out there, he would love nothing more than to finish on the podium. Nathan Hearn leading the way with Annunziata. He's actually been a really busy boy. I mentioned his exploits here in the States. He's also raced at Spa in Super Trofeo, which is a very, very strong championship. All Lamborghini, of course. So Nathan Hearn at just 22 is making sure that he's getting out there.
Well, you have to drive anything that you can. I always tell the young drivers, drive anything as long as it's safe, because it's just miles in a race car.
So now Brent Cruz, a little bit of a break to Thomas Merrill. They were side by side a lap ago, but now Cruz has got a little bit of breathing space in third place here. No change at the front. It's still Annunziata and Hearn battling it for the lead. Damage to almost every car. There's Quapple. He was our pole man. He's up to 9th now. He's actually done a good job of recovery. He was down in 17th after that incident. And you could see that there's damage, it looks like, to Rafa Matos' car, but not slowing him down any. Ostowski, it's a little bit of oversteer as he dives into 2.
Yeah, Andretti, for some reason, just noticing in the score sheet here, has actually gone back a couple of spots from where he was when he made that impressive move.
So yeah, I noticed a little bit of smoke, but I think it was more bodywork damage from that incident at turn 12 where they came together. But at the moment, Matos still continuing, but we did see a little bit of smoke and dust, which looks usually, there we go, look, you can see the damage to the car. And yeah, under braking, you'll notice it more. See that little puff of smoke there? Look. Yeah, he's definitely got a little bit of bodywork damage, left rear. So good work by our cameraman to spot that. But yeah, I don't think it's a puncture, do you?
Well, I think maybe the panel's broken off or folded underneath there. I mean, we don't see any smoke going down the straightaway. So right now, that pin's tire hopefully is not being rubbed on. Obviously, the speed's about just over 160 coming into this turn here, if I can recall.
Oh, he's got his door down.
Yeah, he's got a fair amount.
So his driver's door is down, which is how you get out of the car, but it must be very disconcerting to be driving along with the door wide open. And you'll see it as he comes around 13 and approaches 14 now. Look, that's not what you need. Great stuff from Lake, our cameraman, spotting that. And yeah, that's not fun. Well, you get a bit more air, I suppose, but
so
it must be off-putting. Back with Andretti, and as you said, he has dropped down to 12 at the moment. Andretti, and he's behind Austin Green, but he's been behind Austin Green most of this race. So maybe the pair of them have dropped down a couple of places. But Quapple has gone up to 9th. Matos is now 10th, so that's why Matos has dropped as well. And here is the next battle, Jake Drew and Ben Mayer. They've been fighting for most of this race, and just behind Mayer is Josh Hurley. Hurley's got Quapple behind him, and here comes Evan Slater. A late run by the youngster Slater with the Q3 number 8. Such a talent. Evan Slater has yet to be able to get a full-time ride. And of course, he had an accident in Detroit, and it's never been consistent since there. He got a concussion there, and he finally got back to fitness. Had to miss a lot of the season, then struggled a little bit, but got one-off rides here and there. And every time he's been put in a car, he's been competitive, and the same is true as today.
You know, after injuries, and I've had concussions, you always wonder where you're going to be when you come back.
Yeah.
And then when you get back in there and it's all working, boy, it's a relief. That's for sure.
Corrie still leading in the Pro-Am Championship ahead of Prochuk and Kelley. Odrick in 4th position. So a good battle going on in Pro-Am. Annunziata leading the Young Guns. And we welcome back to our MAV fans. You've missed nothing. We are racing again with 7 minutes to go. Jake Drew trying to hold off Ben Mayer, but here comes Josh Hurley. Three-way into turn 12. And Hurley takes the inside switchback, as does Jake Drew. And both of them may well get past Ben Mayer here. Mayer holds on. It's side-by-side action here into 13 and 14. Mayer trying to hold on for dear life. Jake Drew up the inside now. He can surely make this pass, because his car's just too big to get round. They all go very wide, but there's no track limits at that particular corner. And it's great racing. Scott Goodyear alongside me. Look at this. You can't ask for much more, can you? And, of course, Hurley battling with his opponents for the top rookie honours as well. So that's why it's actually as aggressive, perhaps, as it is now. What's happened here? Merrill has got away from Hearn. So Hearn has had a problem. Let's see what it was. So here comes... So Hearn gets turned around. And I think he was coming up on one of the back markers rather than... Yeah, I think that wasn't for position. He was just trying to slice his way through. Interesting.
Yeah, but you always have to make sure you see what the guy's going to do up ahead, and don't let somebody else's mistake become your problem, right? Because in that scenario, if he's not seen you, you're the guy that ends up...
It's your responsibility, right? Absolutely. Well, we saw Rafa Matos sideways there for a moment. He's struggling, but he's not giving up by any means. He wants to finish this race as a champion. It'll be his 3rd title for Rafa Matos, the Brazilian. He's been such a great player, yeah.
Look at these S's. I love this stuff. I mean, just working the car. This is the fun stuff about racetracks, Johnny. Just getting through those S's like those guys are.
So, Annunziata, if he can take the win, he will also take the Young Guns, and that is a great season for the youngster from Colts Neck, New Jersey. Matos still 10th, so even though with that damage, you can see him in the background there with that broken radiator or broken front of the car, and obviously damage to the rear left as well, coming into braking now just behind Quapple. And oh, we've got another spinner. That's the 64 going off. I think, yeah, that is the Matt Gray car of Brian Companies. Yep, recognize it. The son of his father, who races as well. And there's a nice view of them going wide at 15, and you can see how much track and more they're taking. Corrie leading in PA at the moment and still 13th. Prochuk down in 16th. I don't think there's much change to be had from that in the next 4 minutes. But Sam Corrie's done a very good job of leading Pro-Am throughout this race, and we've been keeping an eye on it. But there is Hearn, and after that incident, he's lost all the impetus he wanted in terms of winning this race, and now down to 4th position. Merrill up to 3rd, but it's Cruz and Annunziata. Well, you know what? I actually think it was Cruz he came across. It wasn't one of the lap traffic cars. So Cruz was coming through, and Hearn tried to stay with him, and there was some touch there, and that's what happened to Hearn. He dropped back, and Cruz moves up to 2nd place. Now, this is going to be a good battle. Annunziata and Cruz for the win. Cruz would love to get another win for the end of the season. There's another door off here on, I think, Slater's car. Look.
There you go.
So this race has had so much drama. It's great. So who's going to win this race? Brent Cruz looking for victory, our former champion and deserved champion. Nitro Motorsports looking for back-to-back titles with Rafa Matos. Brent Cruz taking it last year. Matos will take it this year, and it'll be his 3rd title. And of course, he marches on to the record books in terms of wins, of just races in the record books. But now with 3 titles, he's getting up there with some of the greats of Trans Am. Quapple's still going strong. He's up with Ben Mayer now. Just behind Hurley. He slots in behind Hurley. He'll try to go to the outside. This has been a good race in the end for Quapple. And I'm sure he'll be back to stock car racing very soon, where he's becoming a quick star at 21. That was a lovely move on Josh Hurley. Josh Hurley, an instructor and sim racer. He's our sim champion from a few years ago during the pandemic. Josh Hurley.
Very talented young man. Seen his name doing a lot of things.
Yeah. So Rafa just behind him. And this will be pretty close to the white flag, I'm pretty sure, with 2 minutes left on the clock. No recovery from Andretti. Stays 12 behind green. Matos trying to maintain that car in 10th position. A top 10 finish would be excellent for him. And he really didn't need the points. And Merrill did. And it looks as though Merrill will be on the podium, which is satisfactory, but it's going to be runner-up in the championship. So, first time we've really seen the leaders spread out here. And there's Matos all the way back, a long way back. Now, Cruz still has a chance. And you can see he's pushing on.
Working that car. He's sliding that car through the turns.
Well, I'm convinced, and I don't know if you'd agree, but Brent Cruz and Annunziata growing up on the dirt. So it's interesting, you know, Annunziata has got 3 car championships to his name. Brent Cruz is a former world kart champion, and both of them have got dirt, experience, and that's why they're able to confidently slide the car like that.
So he looked like he gained about 4 or 5 tenths that last lap. Look how much he's gaining under braking right now. There you go.
Try to slot up behind him, try to get it sucked in.
Yeah, he's going to look for the draft right now if he can get just a little bit close enough. And what do they do in this world? They just put a fender on him, or we'll wait to see if that happens.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, he tries to get a little closer to Annunziata, but there's no overtake opportunity here. But boy, they ripple in there, don't they? And now to see those bumps under braking, it really is interesting. But he's got time. They'll get across the line before the clock ticks down to 0, and that should give us the white flag this time, Ryan. This young man, Thomas Annunziata, is going places. We know what Brent Cruz, he's already signed with Toyota a couple of years ago, and he goes to the gym in North Carolina, in Charlotte, and trains actually in the same gym as a lot of the NASCAR stars from Toyota, and so he's mixing with the elite of the sport, and it won't be long before we see the likes of Thomas. Well, we already have. I saw Annunziata in Xfinity this year, and we had one race in Xfinity where the top 4 of the top 5. And what flag are we getting? We're not getting a flag this time. Interesting.
Yeah, the start and finish line in Trans Am is the line that's closest to turn 1. They don't use a standard finish line as they do in F1, which is directly at a 20, and we did in our series too. So we'll wait to see if the checker flag is out next time through.
They're doing a hell of a job in fastest laps too. Brent Cruz doing a 2:11.2 that last time to take the fastest lap of the race so far, a 2:11.5 from Brent Cruz and from Annunziata. So just 3 tenths between them. Josh Hurley has gone off, and the green light simulation number 20 has parked it. But I think we're so close to the finish now that we won't get any other caution. I think they'll, and it's also, by my estimations, out of harm's way.
That's beached.
Yeah,
that's
totally
just
beached.
not off. That's beached.
That is totally beached. That's at the exit of 15. Of 12. So he's just gone straight on at 12 by the looks of things. They've got a local yellow out there, just to let everybody know. But I can't see that race direction would worry too much about that. But look at this. You should be worried about this. This is for the win. And Brent Cruz has got a nose ahead of Annunziata, but Annunziata's got the better line into turn 12. This could get nasty.
But this is a local yellow.
Oh, he can't overtake, yes. Good point. But he didn't, right?
Hey, I'm not the race director for this program. I'm just telling you there's a local yellow there. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, he did overtake. He got almost alongside, but
he was beside him and probably passed him by the time you get in there.
I'm sure he saw the yellow and thought better of it. But this is the final lap, so if Annunziata's going to do it, he's going to have to do it now. But we do have a full course yellow, yet another one. As it wouldn't be, it would almost be prudent that it came out on the last lap. And it's going to be a win then for Annunziata because we're under safety, so no more aggressive moves can be made. And it's going to be second place to Brent Cruz. Annunziata will also pick up the Young Guns 20 grand. What a year that's been. Merrill will take third, and it was he made a good fist of it, as they say, to take third place and try to keep the championship alive. There you go. There's the checkered flag, and Brent Cruz takes it just as I say that. So I don't know how that works. How can they overtake when they're under full caution?
Well, he did that back going into 12, right? So I mean, and he's coming up to local yellow, so they be determined to see what happens with all that. But so he did not pass underneath the full course caution.
That's good. All right.
But, yeah, so there's you see the flags on the right-hand side. That's the flags for F1. That's the finish line for F1.
Yep.
And for our Formula Car Series, but all the sedans use the same line for start and finish.
Well,
the checkered flag is out.
Coming across the line is our new champion, Rafa Matos of Brazil, for his 3rd title in the championship. He is the 2024 Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series champion. What a story it has been. Started stock cars back in Brazil, back in the day, became a rookie in Indy Lights champion and a top rookie and champion rookie in IndyCar, and then turned back to Trans Am, and he's never looked back since then. He's been with us since 2018, and it's been a special, special time for Rafa Matos. Great family, great driver, great guy to be around, and a worthy champion this year for sure. Good race by Quapple, got up to 6 in the end there, from pole dropping down to 17, not bad.
Just some great racing in Trans Am. Obviously, we have the TA race coming up here just after lunch, so I've always loved these cars. Just raw horsepower, as I mentioned before, just some great racing. And I think we were entertained today, Johnny. I know that maybe drivers don't want a lot of caution periods, but because we had caution periods, we had a lot of great racing battles going on.
Without doubt, and lots of drama. Rafa Matos wins the championship with only one door. So into Parc Fermé they will come to check the weights and to check the technical side of it to make sure that everybody is compliant. So we'll get the top 3 and we'll head Ben up there as quickly as we can and hear from what has been a more than dramatic finish to the season. It had everything, it really did. And congratulations to Brent Cruz. That's what winners do, is they win. Brent Cruz has hardly done much of the season, and he was up against a very strong Annunziata and Merrill. Merrill trying to win the championship, Annunziata fighting as hard for every win he can get, and he'll be back in action again, so it's going to be a long day for poor old Thomas, because he's got to get back now into his TA car and go out again and do another 100 miles.
As you mentioned a little bit earlier, though, it's not the 95 degrees they've had here in Texas. So, I mean, for him, it will not be near as good. But I say that, you know, these guys are, everybody's, doesn't matter what type of motor racing you're in today. I mean, everybody's in such great shape. If you're not training, then you're not sitting in a race car. You got to certainly do that. But he won't have any problem doing that this afternoon.
Yeah, no question. It's amazing how fit you have to be with the heat, with the physicalness of these cars and the G-force acting upon you. And more importantly, perhaps, the mental agility to do 100 miles with all the stop-start that they have there, you know, takes some mental capacity too.
And we're looking at the Trans Am paddock here. You can see all the buildings that they're still taking apart from all the F1. It's like a village.
Yeah,
this facility.
Well, this one, this area here is the hospitality section for, or a big hospitality section for the Circuit of the Americas. So some of the cars heading back to Parc Fermé, others are parked in different garages, and of course all the SVRA, we've got some 300 plus cars, and I think there's some in parking lot A actually behind the karting, because that's how many cars we have here. But the paddock is packed, and here come the winners into Parc Fermé, and in a minute we'll hear from our top 3. And we welcome our viewers back on Mount TV. As you can see, the top 3 coming into the paddock, and there is Thomas Merrill just having a quick chat with Nick Miggleton, who is our title sponsor, CEO from Cube 3. I'm sure we'll be handing out the prizes. Good run by Thomas Merrill, and I can see that Ben Sissel is down there, and he'll have a word with our top 3. Well done to Brent Cruz and to Thomas Annunziata. It was touch and go, and I thought with the safety car out, or with what was going on at the end there might be a chance for Annunziata, but in the end, Brent Cruz takes it, and I tell you what, he is a true champion. Just drops into the series without doing the full season, and every time he gets in the car, it's either win or podium, and that's exactly what you expect from a guy who's a factory driver now for the Toyota Racing Development Team. Tucker, his team manager at Nitro, and let's not forget back-to-back titles for Nitro Motorsports. They won last year with Brent Cruz. They won the last race of the season, but more importantly, they capped off another title with this man, his third Concord American flagpole, which Chris Dyson actually helped him get as a sponsor, but they're going to be well pleased with that because they just showed up this year and now they're champions.
But that thing's got marks all the way around it, doesn't it?
It's a bit battered and bruised. Let's head down to Ben Sissel, who's ready to talk to our new champion, Rafa Matos.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'll let him get out, but Matthew, if you don't mind, we got to get some shots of this because they were pointing out all of this that happened. This door was down the whole race, and he had a way more eventful race than he probably wanted to, but you can see him giving a hug to Nick Middleton. You can see his crew so excited. Take that helmet off, man, because I have to say, oh, wait, hold on. Look at this.
Congratulations, buddy. Well done. Well done. Thanks. Good run.
Thomas Merrill, that we believe Joe Clare is giving him a big kiss. His buddy Brent Cruz, a teammate, comes over for the hug. So this is just too cool, ladies and gentlemen. And I have to say this. This is a provisional championship win 3 times for our most winning TA2 driver, Rafa Matos, Concord American Flagpole Company. Rafa, that's got to feel good.
It's never easy, right? What a crazy race. I've never had so much contact in a Trans Am race, all the 7 years I've been running here, but I was trying to keep my nose clean, but have the early contact, and I think I caught some damage in the beginning of the race, but you know, we did what we needed to do. Cross that green flag, take the green flag, and make sure we win the championship. I'm extremely proud of the Nitro Motorsports team. Concord American Flagpole, you know, coming on board with us and making sure we have what it needs, what it takes to compete at the highest level in the United States. So extremely happy. I'm speechless right now. It means a lot to me and to my family, to the entire team, and you know, to win 3 championships in one of the most competitive series in the United States is a pretty big deal for me, and 2 in a row for Nitro Motorsports. I think they won the race with Thomas. You know, extremely proud of everyone. It's really a dream come true, and you know, hopefully we'll get to do it again next year.
Nice. So here, take this water. But Rafa, walk me through this, because you had to take the green flag. All this extracurricular activity, is that just going to buff out?
You know, I was pretty proud of myself that, you know, we've done the whole season without a scratch in the car, but unfortunately that's not the case in the last race. I guess everybody had their elbows out today, and you know, I was trying to protect myself as best as I could, but you know, it is what it is. You know, to be competitive in one of those TA2 races, you have to be very aggressive, and I think today was a day that every single driver in the top 10 was fighting very hard for their own space. But, you know,
how about that,
incredible moment. This is the man that made it happen, Nick Tucker. You know, the first time I called this guy, and I pretty much had nothing to offer, and he said, welcome to the team. And, you know, since then, it's been a great time, a lot of learning with this great group of guys. My crew chief, Mark Durgin, putting a lot of work, a lot of effort. You know, I can't remember all the names here right now, but extremely proud of the entire team.
That's got to feel good. 2 in a row, Nick.
Yeah, for sure. You know, back up our championship last year with Brent, and then what a dominating season, the championship with Rafa, and Rafa getting 5 wins, and you know, we won 9 races this year in the All-Star race. What an incredible year. Just hats goes out to my group of guys, our coaches, you know, our part suppliers, Andrews, PME, Cope Racing Chassis, Toyota Racing Development, and you know, what a deal.
Nice. Thank you. Congratulations. Jonathan, back up to you in the booth. We're going to celebrate.
And celebrate they will in Brazilian style, samba style. Why not? He's a great guy. And you can see the camaraderie between Nitro Motorsports. Great to see Brent Cruz and Thomas Merrill appreciating what Rafa has achieved. 3 times a champion of Trans Am. Doesn't get any better. Well, what a race that was. You need a 15-minute highlights roll. We'll give you one anyway, but it won't be 15 minutes, but you could do. There was so much going on in that. We got underway with Quapple at the sharp end and leading the way. Jake Drew making a move. Trouble for Barry Bowes. Trouble for Austin Green as well as he went off track. Jared Odrick was in the thick of it. Under safety then for the first time. And then at the restart, Thomas Merrill bashed his way through on Hearn to take the lead. Under safety again, and another restart. Annunziata making his way through. A spin for LaPaglia and the 39. It just seemed like green flags and yellow flags were all abundant. Andretti, though, making his way through bit by bit and starting 23rd. It almost helped him to have all those safety cars. The door came off on that man, and Hearn got spun round while trying to hold the lead. Then it was Cruz versus Annunziata. And in the end, it was Cruz who won for Nitro, but more importantly, Rafa takes the championship. Wow, what a day. And we get to get underway. And no question that that had everything. Now, our cool box, cool move of the weekend, and no surprise, it goes to young Jackson, just 8 years of age.
Make-A-Wish Foundation and in the Austin area, and so I've had a dream to, try and create some memories for this little boy. He's been through a lot. Him and his family. He's extremely resilient and extremely brave, and I feel honored to be able to host him and his folks and create some memories that they will remember for forever and ever, hopefully.
On behalf of all the drivers, they have actually signed the shirt for you, for everybody in the paddock. So they wish you all the best today, and we're going to have a great race, and he's actually going to come and help me on the podium later, present the prizes. So here you go, Jackson, all the best, and congratulations, buddy.
Nice. That is so awesome.
That is so cool.
Drivers, start your engine.
And he did the start command. What a day for the little fella. And so well done to him. He is our cool move of the weekend. Well done to Bob Ocado for offering that up and making that young boy's dreams come true. That is what Make-A-Wish is all about. Let's head down to Ben Sissel on the podium.
All right, COTA SpeedTour, let's get loud. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. How much fun is this? Who wants a hat? Come on, you got to get loud for a hat. Boo! There we go. Oh, Nitro. They can win championships, but they can't catch. All right, here we go. Western Championship TA2 Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series in third place, but provisionally winning his first TA2 championship. Let's hear it, Michael LaPaglia. You got to run around, man, and we got to do this quick, so everybody be ready. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, second place, brand new car. He's got to be so happy about this. How about JC Monet? Dude, I'm proud of you, man. Nice job. And then in first place, this guy just 2 weeks ago finished a race without power steering. I can't believe he still has shoulders. Let's hear it. Kyle Kelley. Where's Kyle? Here he comes. Make room. So, oh, and Nick Middleton, who's your special guest here?
Jackson, he's helping us out this weekend. He's part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He's had a phenomenal weekend, and he's been throughout the entire paddock, and he's here to help present the Cube 3 Architecture prizes today. So congratulations to everybody, all the drivers and all the teams, and particularly Rafa Matos for winning the championship.
Nice. And how about a big round of applause for Jackson? Jackson, come out here in the middle there, buddy. LaPaglia, hard work last year, came up second, but I could say now provisionally you've won a championship. How's that feel?
Yeah, thank you. And it feels great. Boy, what a crazy weekend it was. What a crazy race it was. I was just super lucky to be able to finish. We got spun out a few times, and but no doubt, team worked hard all year. We learned all year. We made improvements all year long. Got better and better, and just can't thank my team enough. And feels good to represent the West Coast and win the championship. Thank you.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Michael LaPaglia, Papini's Garage, Fast Auto. JC Monet, dude, second place. I'm so proud of you. Unbelievable. Brand new car. It's still the red, though, but I love it, man. This got to feel good.
It's not quite new anymore. A couple of dings and scratches, but no, the car's amazing. Nick and Nitro built just unreal car. Not a single mechanical problem all weekend. Literally did one loop around the shop and then went straight to the track and ran perfect every time. The crew's amazing. My crew's amazing. My family's here. Both my boys are here. First time they've ever seen me race. That's awesome. My wife, who does everything I need her to do to make it happen, and the fans racing these fast guys. Geez, LaPaglia, Supercross guy, used to race with my son in Supercross years ago. And here we are battling out. So awesome. I had a drive-through penalty, jumped the start, the little chaos, but I thought I was skunked at that point, but just kept charging. Garrett, my crew chief, just was yelling in my ear, the God from above in the tower, and told me not to quit, and I didn't, and we held on. I had my best laps the last 3 laps, so car is awesome. It's dented up a little bit, but it ran great. Nice. Thank you, everybody. Awesome. Great crowd.
How about that, JC Monet? I guess your family is coming to every race now. And then Kyle Kelley, I'm glad your shoulders recovered. First place Western, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, no, it feels pretty great, especially being a little behind in practice and qualifying. But, we just kept throwing stuff at it and went with a setup that nobody else seemed to want to go with. But it worked for us. It worked for our car. And, we ended up getting where we needed to be.
Kyle Kelley, always fast. Now, hold up those trophies, guys. And in the National, we have a tradition that you throw out your hats to the loudest crowd members. But first, hold them up. Make sure we get the pictures. Now, crowd getting loud. Who wants a hat? There we go. Ooh, JC Monet's got an arm. Kyle Kelley, boo. LaPaglia, that was good hang time. That was good. All right, and we've got a new hat here. Michelle's going to get, okay, crowd, I am loving this. I know Austin is a rock concert crowd. We've got an amphitheater right there, so stay loud and proud, Austin. We've got some Cube 3 stress cubes that they're going to throw out. Come on now, one more time, Austin. Michael LaPaglia, JC Monet, Kyle Kelley, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Now you guys could throw out those stress cubes. Ooh, Kyle Kelley's got an arm. Look at that. Oh, Papini can't catch. All right, and then you got some champagne. Look at that. Who wants that hat? Oh, it's a boomerang. I guess the stage wanted it. All right, have at it, guys. Come on now, get loud, Austin. Right in the eyes. Oh, I've never seen a stress cube thrown back at us. That's a first. That's a first. Boo! Come on, Papini. There we go. Hey, nice job. JC, proud of you, dude. That's awesome. Pro-Am. Yes, Michelle? Oh, and we do have some more hats up here for whoever's loud. In third place, and he had to come in for a tire change. And he is also our champion of Pro-Am. Let's hear it. Osseo Data, Barry Bowes. Here he comes, here he comes. In second place, all the way from Chicago, HP Tuners. Let's hear it. Keith Prochuk. So nonchalant. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, he hasn't been on the podium with us, so be extra loud and welcoming. Let's hear it for Sam Corey, first place Pro-Am. Well, Barry Bowes, a championship in the Pro-Am. You've been working so hard. The Team M1 SLR been working hard. That's got to feel good.
Feels absolutely fantastic. We came into the weekend knowing that we had the championships clinched, and my guys told me let's give it everything we could. We set the car a little more aggressively than we have all year. I took a couple of chances and pushed us for everything I had.
Nice. I love it. Anybody you want to thank?
Absolutely. MAV TV for everything they do. Trans Am, love the series. It's a fantastic racing series. SLR and M1 race cars, and Osseo Data for all the help they give me.
Nice. Barry Bowes, ladies and gentlemen. Keith Prochuk back up here on the podium in Pro-Am, and this was a crazy race. That had to be fun.
Yeah, there was a lot of action, a lot of breaks, which kind of takes your mind off the game, and then you're back at it. Just want to say congrats to Barry. Fantastic season. Great race for Sam. Thanks for Cube 3. Mike Cope Racing, my coach Thomas Merrill, was a fantastic season.
Nice. Keith Prochuk. And now Sam Corey, man. Welcome to the Trans Am Series. That has to feel good.
Yeah, it's awesome to be here. You know, as of 2 weeks ago, we didn't know we were going to be here. So first weekend here, first time in the car, it was really good to get a grip with it. It's a really fun car. It's enjoyable. I can't thank the Nitro team enough, Trans Am, everybody that's helped me. So Cube 3, everybody. Can't thank Stilo and Redline Oil and all the guys that have helped get me here, my mom and dad, and it feels great. So can't wait to be back.
Nice. How about that? All right, come on now. This group over here, they need some love. Who wants a hat over here? Tyler Casera, maybe? Oh, nice. Here we go. Hold up those trophies, Barry. Let's hear it. Barry Bowes, Keith Prochek, Sam Corey, the Pro-Am here, and we crown a champion with Barry Bowes. And I know Keith Prochek is coming in loud and proud next year with possibly 2 cars. Hold up those Cube 3 stress cubes. And then if you're loud, they might throw a stress cube to you. David Posey wants one. Oh, Posey, come on now. You need him to hold them up? Oh, hold up your trophies one more time, guys. Hold up those trophies. There we go. Barry Bowes, Keith Prochek, Sam Corey. All right, now, here comes the champagne. Nice, Seth. That was good, Seth. Oh, look out, right into the eyes. All right, how about a round of applause for our Pro-Am, ladies and gentlemen? Hey, nice job, nice job. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series National Championship. Another unbelievable race here at COTA, at the COTA SpeedTour. In 3rd place, he won a championship here just 2 seasons ago. Let's hear it from Salinas, California, HP Tuners, Mike Cope Race Cars, Thomas Merrill. I didn't see it. In 2nd place with the Chip Boys, Eat Clean Bro, Nitro Motorsports. He won here last year. Provisionally 2nd place. Let's hear it. Thomas Annunziata. And our young guns. And our last year's champion. This dude is going to be huge in NASCAR in just a few years, maybe even next season. Let's hear it. Brett Cruz. Jackson, thank you so much for doing this, man. And Nick, I got to say this. We couldn't ask for a better sponsor. How about Cube 3 Architecture? We really hope that you're going to be back here with us next year. We've had so much fun with you.
It's been an absolute blast. Haven't missed one race. When we're going to make an announcement tonight at the gala, what we're actually going to be doing next year. So stay tuned. But thank you very much for all the fans, all the drivers, and especially all the crew that actually makes this happen, and all the Trans Am staff that makes the event work every single weekend. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? We could not do this without Cube 3 Architecture and Nick Middleton and his team. Thomas Merrill, man, you just always know how to put on a show here at Circuit of the Americas. Your dad's here. That's got to feel good.
Well, my lovely wife is here, too, and I always feel faster when they show up, so that's pretty cool. But I'll be honest, I'm just happy to make it to the end of that race. That was pretty chaotic, but a lot of fun racing with these 2 kids. We had a great HP Tuners race car at the start of that race, and halfway through we kind of struggled with some rear grip. So thankful to be up here on the box. Thanks, everyone, for coming out. Love racing at Trans Am. Looking forward to next year.
Nice. Thomas Merrill, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable season with Merrill, shooting for the championship. Annunziata, I thought you had another win here. And again, this is provisional, all of these results. But nice job out there. How was your race?
We had a fast car. I just wasn't aggressive enough, so I ended up losing a position to Brent. But I got aggressive. I got my elbows out, and I knew what I had to do, and I got to the front. And unfortunately, at the end there, the last 10 laps, our car started to fall off, and Brent drove a great race to come catch me. I thought we had a good battle on the last lap. Unfortunately, there was a yellow that kind of killed it, because I think I had a little bit more in the tank for him. But congratulations to Brent, a good friend of mine. I'm happy to be here. It's an honor to be racing here for the last 2 years. I'm not sure if I'm going to be back. I'd love to be back, but unless I get a little bit of help, I probably won't be here next year. So blessed to be here, blessed to race with Nitro Motorsports and all of them. I grew up with them as well, so it's like family. Can't thank Ronnie, Mike, Nick, Tucker enough, and my sponsors, Chip Boys, Bayshore Mortgage Funding, and Chris Ford.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Thomas Annunziata. Nobody leaves Trans Am. You're always reeled back in. You're going to be back next year. And then Brent Cruz, man, Franklin Road Apparel, Nitro Motorsports. You've been on the top step with me many times last year, but you kind of took a break from us midway through the year, so it's great to see you.
Yeah, I just want to thank the good Lord above for letting me be here and keeping me safe. I want to give a huge congratulations to the whole Nitro Motorsports crew, everybody at the 60 crew, Rafa for his championship. That's super cool. And going back to back, Nick has made such a great race team these past couple years, and it's pretty cool to see it evolve from a 1-car team to 7 cars this weekend, and being able to go 1-2 with me and Thomas is pretty sweet. I just want to thank everybody at Franklin Road Apparel, Nick Tucker, Joe Claridge, my dad, Shannon, who's here with us now, everybody that touches this thing. They did a great job all weekend. Being able to charge through the field like that so late is pretty cool, and just happy to be here, happy to get another win, and hopefully see y'all next year.
Nice, nice. Brent Cruz, ladies and gentlemen. And Nitro, stick around. We'll do a family photo. But let's hear it. Thomas Merrill, Thomas Annunziata, Brent Cruz here. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. You guys want to throw your hats out? Let's see what kind of arms you've got. Come on now. Who wants a hat? Boo! Oh, there we go. Oh, man. Brent Cruz with the arms. I like it. COTA, keep it up. I'm loving this energy, okay? Especially this side over there, Ron Otto. Keep it up. Now, hold those up. Hold up the Cube 3 stress cubes and the trophies. Chris, are we good? All right, COTA. Who wants a stress cube? Get loud. Come on now. Thomas Merrill, Thomas Annunziata, Brent Cruz. Come on now. We good with trophies, Chris? All right. Now we're, oh, Brent's throwing another one. Look at that. Look at that arm. All the way out to the fire. That's a home run, Brent Cruz. All right, well, Merrill, you're the only one with champagne here, buddy. Go right for the eyes, Merrill. How about that? All right, come on now. Thomas Merrill, Thomas Annunziata, Brent Cruz. Hey, Brent, great to have you back. Thomas, nice job. Tanya, good? Nice job, guys. All right, hold on now. Brent, don't go too far. Our cool box, cool move of the race goes to Bob Accardo Jr. Where's Bob Accardo Jr.? Come on now. This is for bringing Jackson here and the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Where's Jackson? Is Jackson here? Bob, thank you so much for doing that, because cool move doesn't just happen on the track. It's out here. So, Bob, thank you for bringing them. And I know that this Make-A-Wish Foundation means a lot to you.
It does. We've had a great weekend with Jackson and his family, and it's been an honor to host them and the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So we're hoping we can do some more of this next season.
Nice. Well, hold that up. Look at Chris here, our photographer, and Seth. How about that? Bob Accardo Jr., the Make-A-Wish Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully giving Jackson the weekend of his life. Jackson, I love you, man. You're my hero, Jackson. Keep fighting. The Omologado fast lap to the Omologado watch goes to Brent Cruz. Come on now. There he is, back up here. Brent Cruz, get up on the top step. Take a picture there. How about that for Brent Cruz, the fastest lap? Hey, I like the checkerboard pants and vest out there, guys. LaPaglia, nice job. Yeah. All right, and then, ladies and gentlemen, our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 champion. Let's hear it, Rafa Matos. Nitro Motorsports, Concord American Flagpole Company. He is the provisional champion. Anything can happen. But, Rafa, that's got to feel good. Julia, you can come up here.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. What an incredible season. I'm really proud of the team. Really proud of Concord American Flagpole Company, Chris Dyson, believing this project, making sure that we have what it takes to compete at the highest level in the United States. Super proud of Nick Tucker, Johanna Tucker, you know, having me in the team and making sure that we have what it takes to compete at the highest level. My crew chief, Mark Durgin, hey, when they told me that my crew chief's nickname was Doctor, I said, okay, we're good. We're going to be just fine. So Mark does a phenomenal job. But Ron Otto, Brad, we can't forget our driver coach, Tyler Kisera. He does a fantastic job. This third title means a lot for me and for my family. My mom is here from Brazil, my wife, my daughter. You know, I've been chasing this title for a couple of years, and I had a couple hot breaks that were really tough to digest. But today was our day. Can't thank enough our Lord Jesus Christ, and you know, hopefully next year we'll be here again.
Nice. How about that? Rafa Matos. Now, stay there, Rafa, Julia. Nitro, come on up here, family photo. I'm going to send it back to you in the booth. And ladies and gentlemen, in about 20 minutes, we're starting the next Trans Am race. So go up to your positions, and we're going to watch another great race.
Great stuff, Ben. And yeah, it's lovely to see father and daughter. And you may not know his daughter, but we do. She came and made a real splash at the gala dinner a few years ago and continues to do so. Here's a check on the results then. What a day for Nitro Motorsports. Brent Cruz takes the win. And, of course, the championship won by Rafa. Thomas Annunziata taking second place. Thomas Merrill third. Nathan Hearn, well, it was so close. Fourth place in the end for the fast auto racing driver. Evan Slater, Carson Quapple, who went from pole and got back to sixth place. Jake Drew, Rafa Matos in eighth, but it was already a foregone conclusion that the championship was his. Ben Mayer ninth, and Austin Green rounding out the 10th position for the three-dimensional services group. Well, it was certainly a race that had everything, and if you want to see the highlights of that, boy, are there some. You can see them here on MAV TV at 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. That's your Trans Am night. That'll be followed back-to-back by the TA race, which is about to come up. So Thursday nights on MAV TV, that is your absolutely appointment TV for Trans Am, and some great highlights coming your way of the final rounds. Well, that's it, though, for TA2. And as Ben mentioned, we've got TA coming up, so don't go anywhere. It should be another cracking 100-mile race. Stay with us. It's coming soon. Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. A rather cloudy day, but it's not raining at the moment, thankfully. And we are ready for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. And, of course, we've had some cracking action from TA2. We welcome our viewers back on MAV TV, who I'm sure enjoyed that as much as we did, because that was a cracking TA2 race. And the title is on the line again in TA between Paul Menard, and yes, it is the very same Paul Menard that you've heard from NASCAR brilliance over the years. He's turned his hand now to a full season of Trans Am, and boy has it been a full season. He has done a superb job has Menard, and you can see 967 points. Chris Dyson, 874. So less than 100, which means it's still mathematically possible for Chris Dyson to win it. But boy, you can't take anything away from Paul Menard. And he also took the pole. And there you see Dreesy in third position. But a good season for Tommy Dreesy, working with Ken Thwaites and doing the driving, and Ken doing the managing, and it's been a good combination and probably one of the best seasons that Tommy's had in a few years. So congratulations to he and the team. And as you can see, we are 6 minutes out from the countdown to green for our TA. It also involves our GT categories, and that of course is XGT, SGT and GT. And so looking forward to seeing the action there. The SGT Championship already won by Kaylee Bryson in VIR last time out. So she is just going for a fun ride out and some more points and hopefully another SGT win as she takes on Lee Saunders and the rest of the crew. Wonderful shots from the drone of the tower. And if you ever get a chance, get up there. It's a great place to watch. Even if you just go up there for 10 minutes, take some photos. Can get a bit blustery and a bit windy up there, and if you're scared of heights, it's not the easiest place because that is a glass floor that you see underneath there, and that floor looks right down on the track itself. Rather scary. And yes, as you can see, the amphitheatre, the Germana Theatre, amphitheatre, below it, so we've got some great concerts there each and every week. Previous winners, Gar Robertson, he's in this race this weekend, and he won this race last year. He's a local guy and a former Trans Am champion. Chris Dyson won it in 22. Matthew Brabham, he's here this weekend. He's racing in SVRA. He also has won here at the Circuit of the Americas. So it's going to be an interesting... Away from the title fight between Menard and Dyson is the honour of winning the last race of the year, which is why Gar Robertson has popped out just for a one-off race. He's usually racing in IMSA, so he's a well-accomplished driver anyway. There's Paul Menard, and you can see 967, 6 wins, 4 pole positions, 9 podiums. That's how good a season he's had. And the man who is sponsored by, of course, the family name that is Menards, the stores, mostly in the Midwest and Northeast, and Master Force tools sold on the shelves of Menards, so you can pretty much get anything there. But they have been a huge sponsor for stock car racing over the years, as title sponsors of many of the championships, and they continue to be a very important place. And see the family there. He's got the cool suit on, but it's so great. Paul's got a really close family, and he likes to see them at the races when they can. But he's had a busy season, that's for sure. He's got the chill-out suit on, and on goes the overalls. And Dyson's proved to be a tough fighter. He was going for his 4th title, was Dyson. And in the end, Dyson getting close, but VIR the last round, where he had some problems and Menard had none, kind of put it out of reach, certainly from a competitive point of view. But we've learned over the years that you never say never. In motor racing, anything can happen, and it is possible for Dyson to go all the way. There's Gar Robertson, and like I said, he is from Austin, from this part of the world. Has a ranch out in the boonies, and there you go, Ranch Resort. Got the Riley chassis, and we're also thinking of Bob Riley, who passed away recently, and he has been a huge part of the development of Trans Am over the years, and not just Trans Am, many other forms of motorsport, and he is a huge loss to American motorsport. Bob Riley, may he rest in peace. Nice look down there. There's Annunciata's car, that yellow, that Dayglow yellow Weaver car, which has got its own storied history. But now Annunciata, who's literally just had the podium, having finished second in that one, and he's now jumping into another car to go racing again. But when you're 19, you can do that. You don't need sleep. So, quick wipe of the windshield. Let's take a look at the grid for this one. We're about to go out, but it looks like this. In qualifying yesterday, Paul Menard was on great form. 2:03.8, just getting ahead of Gar Robinson by 0.6. Then the second row sees Dyson, the challenger, right behind his Focus that is Paul Menard. Annunziata, I mentioned him, there it is. Steal It, Weaver Racing, and there you are, second row. Scott Dollarhide, local driver, also here on the grid, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do. But it's nice to see local guys like Gar Robinson and Scott Dollarhide. Let's head down to Ben Sissel for the start command.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with a bunch of fans and some Kaylee Bryson, Chris Dyson fans, but you guys, are you ready to announce the most famous words in motorsports? Let's hear it.
Drivers, start your engines!
Nice job. You guys are good. I like that.
So Gar fires it up, as do the rest of the field. Remember, 4 categories in all. TA, the big monsters of 850 brake horsepower plus. It's unlimited, and yeah, these guys can get up to speeds of over 170 miles an hour down that long back straight. We'll be keeping an eye out for that. Get your elbows out, Andretti. I love. You can read that. Get those bloody elbows out, he says, and that's Andretti giving Chris Dyson a little last-minute advice, and it's a great paddock, this. Everybody plays a part, and that's great to see. How about this? Wally Dollenbach, a former champion himself in this one, still going strong, and like Andretti, races for Ultimate Headers in his Ford Mustang, and great to have Wally on the track again. There's the onboard. We'll be on board with Chris Dyson in the Jim Weed 16 Ford Mustang. There you see it, second in the championship, 874 points, only 2 wins this year, 4 pole positions and 7 podiums, and that's the reason, perhaps. And it's just been an up and down, unlucky year for Chris Dyson. He's always competitive when the car's right, but he's had problems with the car and been in incidents that he couldn't get out of. And Andretti and his partner waiting for the start of this one. And here is Thomas Annunziata climbing in. As coming to the booth, he's a good friend of mine. And to enjoy this with as a man who's been in the thick of it, but doesn't look like it, is Evan Slater. Good to see you, buddy. Thomas Annunziata, you were up close and personal with him just a few moments ago, but are you looking forward to this?
I'm looking forward to it, definitely. These cars are so much fun. They're such a cool car. I mean, so much horsepower, so much raw speed, so I'm excited to watch this race.
Well, you've been in a hell of a TA2 race. I just want to ask the first thing, how is the track? Everybody says the repaving has really helped.
Yeah, it certainly helped. I mean, turn 1 is really where I noticed it the most. Before, in the years past, there was a huge bump right at like the 3 marker. And in our TA2 cars, that's about where you brake. But with this new pavement, it's super smooth right there. So it makes that braking zone way easier. It's a better passing opportunity because you don't have to worry about that bump unsettling the car. In terms of track conditions right now, it's not too sunny, so the track isn't getting too hot and too greasy. But the air temperature is pretty warm, so the motors aren't making as much power as we'd like to see.
Right.
But the track conditions are really good. It's fun out there. It does get a little hot in the car because it is 80-something degrees out, but it's a good time to be racing.
And I bet with the amount of safety cars you had, it was hot a lot of the time, right? Because you're not getting the breeze, or you're not getting the instrumentation to cool the car down.
Yeah, so in the beginning of the race, I was certainly getting a little hot in the full course yellows, but my door actually fell off. Well, not fell off. Somebody hit me in the side of my car, and the door ripped off, and that kind of gave me some more airflow. But yeah, in these cars, when you're going fast, you have a lot of airflow flowing through them, so they don't get too hot. But under the full course yellows, like the drivers are experiencing right now, it can get pretty warm.
Well, before we get underway, let's take a closer look at this fantastic COTA circuit. My home track, the Circuit of the Americas, at 3.14 miles, is one of the greatest in the world. Uphill, 133 feet at the start to Big Red. Here's last year's start in TA. It funnels into that apex. You've got to get that right. Then it's through the Silverstone-based S's through 4 and 7. A lot of G-force here and a lot of very technical, tough corners before climbing uphill 8, 9, over the crest at 10. Then down to 11, the first real opportunity to overtake, but you've got to get the exit right out of 11. You need the drive down the long straight to the heaviest braking part of 12. Here's Robinson and said last year, fighting it out on one of the best places to overtake. Then through the 16, 17, 18 complex before the final 2 corners. 19 is off camber, and a lot of people can get that wrong and go wide. Last turn 20, there is an opportunity to overtake. That's a lap of COTA. Yeah, without a doubt, one of the most technically tough tracks in America, and Evan Slater's just done 100 miles of it already. And would you say it's one of your favorites?
Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing track. Obviously, F1 races here. It's an FIA Grade A track, so you have to have quality there. So in terms of safety, it's unmatched. Lots of runoff in a lot of places, and any walls that there are have nice tires, so the drivers are really safe around here. And then in terms of technicality, I mean, it's just such a fun, flowing track. There's different types of corners. You got flowing, like through the Cube 3S's here. You can roll a lot of speed, but there are some turtles, as we call them. They're little orange curves in the center that can really unsettle the car. But then you also have some tight hairpins that are important to get a good power down, like good exit onto the long straightaway, like turn 11. But then you also have turn 12, which is a similar corner when you look at it on the track map, but it's a completely different driving philosophy because you're trying to roll entry speed there, whereas in turn 11, you're trying to get a good exit. So there's a lot of different technical aspects to this track, which really makes it a ton of fun to run and a ton of fun to pass on.
Well, before we get started, you know I'm your biggest proponent. What's the latest? Where are we going to see Evan Slater race next? Everybody's listening. Have you got a ride for next year? And if you haven't, you need one. You need to give him a ride, somebody out there.
Yeah, so I can't fully announce it yet, but I have something I'm working on. It's going to be pretty exciting. It's not fully signed yet, but it's pretty likely and it'll be pretty fun.
And will it be here?
I'm going to try and be here part-time, but it's going to be in a different paddock.
All right. That's actually all that matters to me. Evan Slater, one of our up-and-coming drivers. And like so many, you know, it's a tough game, this. You need some money to go racing. And it's great to see the likes of an Annunziata, a similar situation. You know, great driver. He's got Poncho Weaver's car for today and trying out TA as well as TA2. There's Gar Robinson. We'll be on board with him in the 74, the Ranch Resort Chevrolet. And, of course, Paul Menard right there with him. That's the front row. And it's going to be interesting because Gar Robinson actually has no care in the world for Menard and would love nothing more than to beat Menard. He, of course, comes from sports car racing, Menard from NASCAR. So a good little combo here.
Yeah, it's super exciting because they're both super experienced in their separate realms, but they are totally different. NASCAR versus IMSA, right? So super interesting to see these guys in the same type of car battling it out on the track.
And then you've got the three-time champion in Dyson, and then you've got an Annunziata right there. And so we've got some really good stories here, and we'll go back further through the grid of the GT cars as well as the race unfolds, and we'll tell you some good stories there as well. We're coming through 15 now here on the drone. What a shot that is. It doesn't get any better than that. Look at that.
That's such a fun corner to drive. There's a good passing opportunity there on the inside. Austin Green was giving me a hard time throwing it on the inside of there a few times. It's a great corner because you can make such a late move, and you kind of have to, the ideal racing line is to run the car out a little bit wider through there.
No, he's not going under the bridge. He is going under the bridge.
Wow, that drone pilot's a great driver. There you go.
Great pilot, and that is fantastic. What a shot that is to go under the crowd there and join them as they go through the McConaughey complex. And we're going to not miss anything here, Evan Slater, as we're going to be on board with Gar Robinson. And the safety car should be pulling off, and that means now that Menard will take control of this race. We'll also see it from Chris Dyson's view, so we won't miss any of it. What can an Annunziata do? He's fresh from his TA2 race, so he's raring to go, I'm sure. Menard, though, starts to accelerate, and we are going green. Josh Hurley's also going to join us, but we'll get underway. And here we go. Away they go then. And a good start from Menard. He's going to try to defend that position. And it was nip and tuck there. But Gar Robinson may have to cede this place too. Oh, whoa, and a spinner. And that was Wally Dollenbach getting spun around in the Ultimate Headers car. Dyson on the outside of Menard is already trying to make a move as they go into three, but he can't do it here. It's just too tight. What a start, though. Guys, tell us what you saw there. Spin there for Wally Dollenbach.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great clean start besides that one little incident. That's super easy to do realistically because the track widens out, but then it narrows to a super tight corner. So it's really easy to go like multiple three wide it was in this case, and then just get clipped by the guy on the inside.
Well, I'm delighted to welcome Josh Hurley, who was just also in the fray in TA2. Got stuck in the gravel at one point, but good to have him here in the booth. But thank you for coming in, and let's get down to the action. 100 miles to go.
Yeah, long race. Expect some yellow because these corners really pack up the field. Even Evan and I had a little bit of contact out there.
Racing.
It's really some tough racing out there. You can really get in trouble because these big entries invite you to turn in early. Like you see a little bit there, so they're going to get a run on him coming out.
Yeah, we were talking about track limits, and they're really not giving you a hard time on track limits except through the S's. Amy Ruman, there she is in the 23. Dreesy behind her, and in fact, both the Dreesy cars.
Looks like we're going 3 wide down the back straight.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Oh, this is great. And in the middle of that shot is Lee Saunders. Kaylee Bryson just at the back of this group. There's Michael LaPaglia. So a good start. Look, Wally Gollenbach is already making some places up, having recovered from that spin. At turn 1. Lights on the Viper of Saunders, and around the outside goes Wally Gollenbach. Oh, not many people can do that. He's trying, and we're on board with him now, but there's no room through there, and he's going to make room. Look at that.
That was brave. Of course, no one can doubt Wally's bravery. He's been around Pikes Peak, NASCAR, Trans Am, a little bit of everything, so not too surprising.
He's not too surprising, but he went past the 18-year-old Carlson, who would have given him a shock. Here comes Annunziata
down the inside of Gar Robinson.
Yeah, this a little touch. Right, and now Dyson's going to take advantage. Oh, beautiful.
Wow.
And that was lovely by Dyson. He said, okay, you guys fight, and I'll just go around the outside of both of you.
Wow, that's great racing.
So Robinson loses that big time there. And now goes in pursuit of Annunziata. They're going past.
On that Gar Robinson in-car, it looked like he was really fighting with the wheel. It looked like the car might be a little loose for him. So maybe the car will come to him in the end of the session. But right now, it doesn't seem like it's treating him too well.
So this is what Dyson needed, which is to go in pursuit of Menard. We're on board with Gar Robinson. Let's have a look at it from the inside, boys. You tell me what you see.
I'm a little surprised. A couple corners back, that really uphill turn, that turn 8, you got to get way over in the right, almost in the dirt. There's some extra grip down there that he hasn't quite found yet, so maybe we'll see that in a few laps. It's really interesting. It's what makes the track dirty, as you guys saw in the TA2 race, but there's a lot of grip down there.
Well, Annunziata winding himself up for another run at Dyson, if he can make it happen. Dyson will defend for all his life, and you can see popping out, Annunziata thought about it, but he gets back into the race line and then just drifts through 12 with Dyson.
It looks like Annunziata had a lot of confidence on the brakes there, so if he doesn't get by right here, which he does.
Go on.
Looking to the inside of Chris Dyson.
Dyson won't like this. Dyson with Dyson.
He's in a better spot now, though. I'm sure he'll protect the inside of the real tight stadium section.
This is great racing, and it's playing into the hands of Menard, though, and Paul Menard has had such a sensational season. 6 wins in all, and he's just been at the sharp end of every weekend. Promised to do a full season, having dipped his toe in the previous year, and he loved it so much, he said, I got to be part of this. Great onboard shots here out of 19 of Gar Robinson. Can he make a move up the inside of Annunziata? Well, he takes a tight line. Ooh, almost touch.
But really good to see Gar up here. He hasn't run one of these things in a while. These things are very different than everything else he drives, so it's quite an adjustment. He's right there in the thick of it, so he's doing a great job.
Yeah, we were just saying it's interesting to see a proponent of NASCAR in, obviously, Paul Menard, but also 2 sports car guys and IMSA guys like Gar Robinson, and of course Dyson's had his IMSA times and sports car racing times, so yeah, there's a lot to be fought for. At the start of the day, Paul Menard had a 93-point lead over this man, Chris Dyson. Gar Robinson makes a spin. Oh, you heard the wheels just giving up underneath him, and that was on his own, wasn't it, boys?
Well, he was trying to get around Annunziata, and he got out into the dirty stuff. Turn 6 on the outside. Not only collect a lot of dirt, but there's extra marbles there because it's a double apex, and when you load the car that second time, it really sheds pieces and pushes stuff out there. He was probably trying to set up for 7 and just got a little greedy with it.
Yeah, well, that's racing, folks. Even the best. Gar Robinson, a former champion of Trans Am, and like you say, a regular in IMSA every week, and so making a one-off run here in the Riley 74. But yeah, that's a real shame because he was right in the hunt then early on. He's lost several places.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Gar, but luckily he was able to keep it out of that inside wall, so he's able to keep going. Might have some square tires, flat spots on the tires, but he'll be able to keep running.
Let me see what you see on the replay, guys.
So it all looks neat and tidy through the S's, but he's coming up at this corner right here. He starts to have some issues. So he's a little bit wide, as Josh pointed out, just gets in the marbles. And then, in the dirt, and the rear just steps out from him.
That was pure dirt, and they've been throwing up dirt. You guys were throwing up the dirt here, so it's your fault, actually, this crash. But no, on the inside, you guys were cutting that corner, weren't you? And throwing up dirt, and it's now come to to take somebody out. But, you know, we all know that. We've all been watching it, so
yeah, certainly.
got to be careful.
And it's not also, sometimes it's not us going into the dirt, just being close enough to the dirt.
Yeah.
These cars have so much air wash. They're big cars, so they throw up a lot of air. So some of that air will just suck the dirt off the racetrack.
Yeah.
And throw
I'm
it on.
going to admit it. I was using the dirt.
Yeah, he was going to the dirt.
So we've got a good battle here. Chris Dyson, right where he needs to be, at least for now anyway, in the early stages of this one. But Menard's going to romp home, I'm fairly sure, unless there's a mechanical issue for him. It's been a sensational season for the former NASCAR star.
Yeah, Menard's in his mirrors, and he's sometimes maybe seeing these guys going side by side down the front straightaway in the back straight, and he's just happy. He's happy to see that, because whenever you're side by side racing hard with somebody, it's slowing them down. So he's just happy. He's got clean air, so he's getting all the downforce on the front of the car, and he's just ripping away.
Up the hill they go then. Still a long way to go. No safeties yet. The last race we saw, TA2 was riddled with them, but over 10 and over the crest, and you can see Annunziata still very much in touch in that day glow yellow and blue of the Weaver prepared number 2.
And I think Annunziata should be quick down the straightaway. I like that I see the splitter lower to the ground. You can see Dyson might be giving up some straight speed and some drag to get some mechanical grip to come off these low-speed corners. But Annunziata should be fast on the straightaway with that setup.
Here's Paul Menard then, our leader. You can see the gap he's created. It's now 4 seconds on Dyson, so the one thing he doesn't want is to have a safety car at any point, because he wants to build on that lead and make it almost impossible for Dyson to catch. So then, as we stand after 4 laps, it's Menard, Dyson, Annunziata and Rogers, your top 4. Smooth-looking Paul Menard. He's really enjoyed this season, and I know you guys know him and have watched him race. Ooh, that was a good little move. And Dyson under pressure from Annunziata, so it's still nip and tuck between these two.
Yeah, you can tell Annunziata really wants to get by. I think he feels like he has a little more pace in that car.
Right.
And if he can just get by, get some clean air on the nose, he'll be able to run away with it.
It's interesting how they're letting you go wide at 19 and 20. Do you have a plan about how far wide you can go? Because you don't want to get on the grass, do you?
In 19, in front of me going, I thought too wide, and I was actually making up some space there. There is a fine line. It does let you open your hands, but it gets really, really bumpy if you get really far out there, and eventually the distance isn't quite worth it. There is a happy middle ground, but the middle ground is pretty far out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's certainly interesting, right? Because like he was talking about, there's a balance to it. But I was behind you for a little bit, and I was running, I think, wider than you were, and I was gaining on the entry. You were gaining on the exit. So it's also like a fine balance, because the wider you go on the exit, the more you can gain on the entry, right? So you have to think about the risk versus, not the risk versus reward, but you can think about where you want to gain the time, right? So there's different ways to take in, different ways to gain time or lose time. So it just depends on how your car's driving, how you want to drive, too.
Just a quick update. Rogers leading in XGT ahead of Sutherland. Then in SGT, it's Josh Carlson, the youngster, leading in his Ford Mustang in 15th overall, with Kaylee Bryson just behind him. Saunders has dropped back. He's now down in 20th position. He must have had some sort of problem, because he was in the thick of it. He's just gone up ahead of Hampton, who is second in GT. Coffey leading that.
There's Robinson.
Carl Robertson making his comeback, and he's coming up on one of the Dreesy cars. It is Tommy Dreesy. And that is nicely done by Carl Robertson. He is trying desperately to get back on level terms as quickly as he can. And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. It's still Menard leading the way from Dyson and Annunziata. XGT led by Rogers, Sutherland second. Then in SGT, it's Carlson leading from Bryson, and in GT, Chris Coffey, as it's been all season, leading the way, the man from Texas in the Maserati. As we look at our first look at Amy Ruman. And Dreesy is actually behind Ruman at the moment. He's the second of the there it is, that's Tommy Dreesy, and he's actually behind Ruman at the moment, who is in 7th place overall. And I don't know if you saw the piece, but you might be wondering why Ben has got his nails painted. Well, he made a bet with Amy Ruman that if she got on the podium, he would be able to paint his nails in celebration that he's done that. But as you can see, it's changed position, and Annunziata has got ahead of Dyson. And that's important, as you said, Evan, that you felt like he had more pace.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it right here. Just through 2 turns, he's already gained such a big gap. So I think that car has a lot of speed in it, and I think he's trying to hunt down Menard.
Well, it's got a great history, that car. Some of the greats have driven it, including
Lawrence Jr. I think Wally Dollenbach's driven that car, but some of the greats have had a go.
And the clear air is worth so much here. Even in the TA2 class, let alone for the TA, which have more aero appendages, clear air is worth a ton because there's so much medium speed corners here.
Where does
you
it
rely on it?
How close do you need to be before it starts, becoming negative?
So it depends on the class. The TA class is actually a little farther back. It's pretty negative. If you're actually within a half second or so, it can mess you up in the carousel. But there's things you can do. If you can get your inner headlight, so if it's a right-hand turn, you get your right headlight to the inside of the other car, that gets rid of about half of it. So it can help. Where you put your line can make it better. It doesn't make it go away, but you can make it, keep it from getting worse.
Interesting stuff. So Dreesy now behind Ruman. Yeah, between them, or just ahead of them. There's Wally Dollenbach, so he's recovering well. Here's Dollenbach. He's in 12th at the moment, dropping back after having a spin on the exit of 1. Just keeping an eye on whether there's any drops of rain, potentially, but those clouds are looking ominous, but yet to throw any rain down. Great to have Scott Dollarhide, local Austinite, here in 10th position. He's done a lot of racing in the past, and the family have a tradition of that. They had their own track here in Austin for quite a while. And these are the XGT leaders coming into position. There you see the 46. And this is a good little battle between Dollarhide and McLennan in the 31. Dollarhide leading, or excuse me, in 3rd position, but Rogers leading in the XGT class.
And Dollarhide's in a tough spot because he has some traffic in front of him that's slower than him, so he has to both attack and defend. I'm sure Evan can tell you because our race was full of it, especially where we were in it. That doing both can really mess you up because sometimes you make a pass, it doesn't come off, it holds you up, and that's how the guy behind him gets by you. So he's in a really tough spot, especially with the class lead.
Well, you wouldn't miss that Lambo, beautifully painted, the number 31, and that's a lovely prepared car. That's beautiful. It's going strong at the moment.
What I love about that battle is they're both GT3 spec cars, so they're very similar in performance. So it's great to see them. Obviously, one's an Audi, one's a Lambo, but they should be theoretically very similar speeds.
And the Audi and Lambo are as close as you can get. It's the same engine, the same chassis, just a little bit different aero and electronics, and we may see a move, not quite.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, Michael McLennan it is who is driving that Lamborghini Hurricane Evo. We had a full Evo track race here a few weeks ago with Formula One. Welcome back to Map Viewers as Menard continues to lead from Annunziata. It's battles all the way through, and look at this. Tommy Dreesy trying to get past on the 85 of Sutherland. And of course, it's somewhat of a different race than normal with more competitors than usual in TA for sure. And the likes also in XGT of Dollarhide making an impression. 2nd at the moment in XGT.
Tommy Dreesy's looking down the inside.
Yeah, oh, nicely done on Sutherland.
Move. Yeah, he got him run just about before he hit the brake. So, I mean, super clean move. Really well done by Tommy Dreesy.
Yeah. The Rockin' Moroccan, as he's known, Mr. Hollywood. He makes all the cardboard signs that you see outside the cinema for, pushing a movie or whatever.
Really?
So he's got a really bit. Yeah, over the years he's had the paint scheme of the latest movie, whether it be Terminator or whatever, painted on the side of the car over the years. And so it's always a little bit of a show with Tommy.
That's a cool fun fact. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Great. And he's a collector as well. He's got some vintage Trans Am cars, which he races. But he's got a collection of cars in LA. And yeah, just a great character. Loves his selfies on the podium.
I mean, looking on this Tommy Dreesy onboard video, it looks like that Dreesy Motorsports Camaro has a lot of pace. He was gaining right up on Amy Ruman there.
Yeah, no question.
Especially on the brakes. It looks like I think another lap or so we're going to see a move here. I'm going to say into the hairpin at the end of the back straightaway is my bet.
Okay,
yeah, that's always a great place. That's like the best passing zone. I was utilizing that a lot. I felt like we had a lot of good braking potential in our TA2 car, so I was trying to make the most out of that zone.
Here's another look at that overtake on Sutherland. He made it look easy, didn't he, boys?
Yeah, exactly. Just sets it up. Got a little bit of a toe. Comes from a little far back, but really good brake performance. Gets on the brake. Interesting how the hood pops up under braking. I wonder if the splitter is really making contact.
And we welcome our viewers back on Map TV as you look at your own logo with an onboard of Dreesy and Lucas and Mission. Tommy Greasy. And he's flying at the moment, is Tommy. And the usual overtake for 11. You know Tommy's going to go for it. He is going for it. Oh, well, you predicted it, Josh Hurley. Tell us what happened.
He sent it in there deep on. Let's see if he can get a good exit, or is Amy going to come back?
Amy's coming back.
This is why I would have waited to the next hairpin, because that one is very easy to do the crossover.
Yeah.
They're still side by side.
Dry race down the street. It's great to see the performance of these cars. They have 850 horsepower, but they're so similar in horsepower, so it makes the racing great like we see right now.
Chevrolet versus
Who can go later on the brakes?
Oh, go on, Amy.
Amy Ruman on the inside.
Great stuff.
Great defense.
She's channeling her new nail varnish that she put on Ben and herself. So this is just what she wanted. She's had a bit of fun with us this weekend. And, yeah, she said, you shouldn't make bets on live TV to Ben. That's his style. He loves a risk. But this is good racing. Under the bridge they come. Into 16. Is there a few lines through here? Because it just seems like you possibly could take a different line through 18 or not?
I mean, I think it really depends on how your car is driving, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's different things to do. If your car is loose or if your car is tight, you can short shift to third in our cars at least. So you can change it around depending on what your car wants.
So there's really neat things. The longer the corner is, the less the line matters, the more grip matters. That's why you see the NASCAR guys, they can run the top, the bottom, because you're sitting in the corner at max grip for so long. If you find a little bit of grip, it can be worth that farther distance. So yeah, you can, that carousel, you can play a lot with that. But that's why you don't see that in these tighter corners. Because the tighter corners, you don't sit there just max grip forever. The corner is more about geometry. So the longer the corner is, the more it's about that grip and that geometry. So that's why we do see all those different lines in the carousel.
Fascinating to get an insight from Josh Hurley. Does a lot of coaching and teaching, does a lot of sim work, and this is where his skills come in. But we're now watching two ex-champions of Trans Am going at it. They seem to find themselves, these two cars, each and every weekend, and we love it. Last time out at VIR, Ruman and Dreesy were together, and there was a spin by Ruman ahead at 10A at VIR, and she went round, and Dreesy almost had to put on the anchors to stop her. Here's Carlson. Josh Carlson leading in SGT at the moment, and currently 13th overall. Sutherland still leading in XGT, and Coffey still leading in GT in the Maserati. So Josh Carlson, a great story. The young 18-year-old coming in to the production side of it, but in a very competitive car. And yeah, he's doing a good job.
He's doing a great job. That thing, you can watch it move around. For this class, that car is very difficult to drive, and yet he's always up front, always dealing with it, moves around a lot. He does a great job with that thing.
Dollenbach trying to weave his way back through. He's up to 9th now, and he's got Dreesy ahead of him, so we'll be able to watch that battle. The Ultimate Headers Ford Mustang. Another former champion of Trans Am. So we've got 3 Trans Am champions battling it out on track together as Ruman, Dreesy, and Dollenbach battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Yeah, it's effortless from Dollenbach, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, Dollenbach's just looking for an opportunity right here. Oh, he's thinking about it on the outside, didn't quite make it work. He's just kind of looking for Dreesy to try and make something move with make a move on Amy, and then maybe he could get them both slowed down, and then he could maximize on that opportunity. It looks like he's pulling to the inside. Maybe he's having an overheating issue. It looks like his car's going a little slow.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So you just want to get more air. You don't want to be behind 2 hot cars throwing hot air back at you.
Well, I don't know. He really slowed down there, so maybe he's having more than just that issue. But sometimes if your car's overheating, you'll pull to the inside to get some clean air to cool the car down. But that looked like he was lifting on the straightaways for some reason.
Keep an eye on that. But
yeah,
Ruman,
he's not there. He's not there anymore.
He's disappeared. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So through the S's, Ruman holding off Dreesy for now.
Let's see if we can see anything on board here. Yeah,
well,
he has
he's
to
dropped
stand out
right
the
back
window.
behind the Lamborghini. Look, there you go. The Lamborghini's gone past him, and that's McClellan in the XGT class. So really, Wally, with his experience and the power of that car he's got, shouldn't be overtaken. So I think there is some sort of problem for Wally Dollenbach.
He had his hand out the window, too. He was pointing the Lambo by, so there's clearly an issue.
Yeah. Great paint scheme on that Lambo. Very nice indeed. As I mentioned, Super Trofeo were here a few weeks ago. And yeah, he's just staying way offline. So I think you'll see him pull in after this. Meanwhile, the battle is joined between the Corvette and the Camaro. Out of 12. One thing I've noticed about Dreesy, he's been a bit more patient this year, and I think it's helping. As we look at the MCO lap leader, Paul Menard with 9 laps under his belt as the leader. But yeah, Dreesy obviously has got Kent Waits looking after the team, which takes a lot of pressure off Tommy Dreesy. And I think he's been able to concentrate on his racing, and he's just been a better racing driver this year by the fact that he's been able to concentrate fully on doing just that rather than running a team.
Yeah, and it's nice to see him develop. You know, he's been this in a while, but you can always continually get better. Ooh, got really close there. Let's see if he makes a lunge in the 20.
Yeah, it's possible.
He's looking inside.
She's trying to defend, and she's cut him off. And hey, this is great stuff. And Tommy could get turned around, and he got hit by the Audi behind him as well.
Looks like the Audi pushed
in
the front bumper.
and he's got damage.
Yeah, it looks like his wheel's rubbing on the front bumper there. Maybe it's locked up the whole time.
Oh, that's a shame. Scott Dollarhide coming in for a one-off local race. I say local race, but local race for him. And you can see there's either a puncture or a lock-up. Yeah. So that's a puncture.
The tire's flat.
And the tire's flat. Oh, Scott, feel for you.
Let's see if he's able to limp it around, or maybe there's going to be a full course yellow. Hopefully he can find a safe place to pull the car off.
Yeah,
so we
Wally
don't have a
Dollarback
yellow.
is coming in, no surprise. And there's some sort of problem. He doesn't know what it is. You can see him lifting his hands. He doesn't know what it is. Let's have a look at the replay. And guys, as you see it, let's see how you call it, because obviously Amy was trying to defend her position.
Amy was doing exactly what you need to do. She came out of here knowing it wasn't the best run that Tommy was looking, so she moves over a little bit to defend. Tommy puts it in there. It's a really tight line. She leaves him enough room and opens up her hands, and Tommy just kind of exits into her. It's not far enough along to just rub side by side. So when he hits with that front end of the car, it turns him a little bit, and it turned him, unfortunately, right into that Audi.
So we've got plenty of drama going on. Dollenbach's in the pits. Dollarhide is about to come in with a puncture. They're looking for something, but they really can't put a finger on it. Let's have a look at what happened again from a different angle. Now, watch Dollarhide in the white car. That's where his puncture was caused. No fault of his own. But as you can see, he gets where he picks up the puncture, and that allows McLaren to come in. So it looks as though Dollarhide has pulled off. He's not coming into the main pits. He's actually going to go back to his position in the... Yeah, there he is, parked up. Scott Dollarhide in the 46.
It's hard to tell where that is, but hopefully he's in a safe position where he can... oh, yeah, he's definitely in a safe place.
Yeah, I think he's actually heading back towards the actual paddock.
Yeah.
But he's cocked out, so they're gonna drag him back there now. But he's out of harm's way for sure.
Yeah, and it's great because we won't have to go full course yellow, so we can keep racing.
Yeah. So Rogers continues to be XGT's leader, Sutherland second, and Dollarhide was third, and that will push up McClellan to third place in XGT. Coffey still leading in GT, and SGT is led by Saunders. LaPaglia, Carlson leading that, with Saunders second and LaPaglia third. Now, Menard, as you can see, an 11-second lead. The one thing that I notice about Menard when he's in, when he's in the purple zone, as it were, when he's in that zone of being competitive, he just rolls lap after lap and extends that lead. And it's only safety cars that have really stopped him from dominating many, many, many more. 11 laps led now by the MCO Gears lap leaderboard. And I hope more NASCAR drivers who are of an age where they're still competitive but don't want to do a full season of NASCAR come here to Trans Am and get on board just as this man has done. We welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. It's been a beautiful day here at the Circuit of the Americas. A little overcast, but the racing has been absolutely top draw. I've got Evan Slater and Josh Hurley to enjoy it with me. And we've had plenty of drama as the leader coming up now on Kaylee Bryson. Bryson in 16th place at the moment. Here comes your second place man, Annunziata. That's the gap between himself and Chris Dyson. And still a long way to go yet.
Going by GT class leader and local driver, Chris Coffey.
That's right.
Just from up the road in Dallas.
Yeah, it's been a good season for Coffey. His best season, without a doubt. Has claimed 7 wins and claimed the GT title already. Board here with Chris Dyson.
always tough catching traffic in the Cube 3Ss
Yeah.
because there's just nowhere to go. And if you go out there, it's dirty, so he's going to have to wait, maybe get him between here and the hairpin.
Safest way is to wait till 11.
Yeah, but that's
no,
been
he's
too
not going to
long.
wait that long. And in fact, he got an opportunity because he bounced. The Maserati bounced over the curves, and that slowed him down, and away went Dyson. Nicely done.
Yeah, Nunziata got by on the straightaway there, and Dyson got slowed down a little bit through the S's there, so that just helps Nunziata build that gap. He still didn't pull away quite as much as I think he wanted to. I think he was hoping to get in front and just rip away right up to Menard, but it seems like Menard's still pulling away, and he is slightly stretching the gap with Dyson, but not quite as much pace as he would be hoping for.
Just looking at the graphics on the bottom. And West Coast champion Michael LaPaglia in the pits in the 81. Something wrong with that car. Fast auto. Michael has been at COTA several times. And yeah, looks as though they're doing some serious work because they're going to lift the car and have a look underneath it. So he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Shame for the Ford of Michael LaPaglia from the West Coast. How was the wind out there, boys?
Well, in the middle of the race, I lost my door, so I was feeling a lot of the wind coming in, coming into the car. But yeah, the wind certainly moves these cars around a lot. It's not like they're not real super big downforce cars, so our TA2 cars aren't at least. So they're not totally affected by the wind. The TA cars are going to have more impact, right? You're going to have better braking if you're going into the wind. If you're going away from the wind, you're going to have a little less grip. So it really depends on which direction it is, what corner you're dealing with. But it's not the end of the world for these cars with the wind today.
That's got to be the worst thing for a racing driver, just sat there when the adrenaline's flowing and your car's off the chocks, you know, and you can't do anything about it.
I don't know. I was sitting in the gravel at the end with the last couple laps to go. That wasn't fun either.
Yeah.
Especially when it was a mechanical. We had some brake failure, which I was very happy to not hit anything.
Where did you have your brakes fail?
Yeah, they just went straight to the floor. We had
What
some
turn
big
were you
brake,
in?
Into the end of the back straight.
Oh, geez, that's sketchy.
Yeah, I was really.
Oh,
I've
you
never
were that
been so
car out
happy
there.
for a gravel trap to exist.
Yeah, I don't know how you got out that far, but you did it. Yeah, so of course double duty for Michael LaPaglia. He might be happy to have the rest actually, because he's already done 100 miles, so he's done about 140 miles now. But now he's up on the jacks and just sitting there waiting. But a champion in his own right this year on the West Coast, and it's good to have him here. And they are letting him down. Let's hope they get it back out there.
Yeah, they're letting him down slowly, so it doesn't look like they're super motivated to get out there as fast as they can. So I don't know if that's a terminal issue or what they found.
So Rogers still leading in XGT, Sutherland still second, and McLaren in the Lamborghini still third. SGT, Carlson still there, Bryson's down second, and Saunders third, but going further up the board as we get retirements and so on. And Coffey still leading the way in GT ahead of Hampton and Cohen.
And it looks like Dreezy's actually cocked back to Ruman, so that could get interesting another lap or so.
Yep.
Yeah, he definitely has a little more pace than Ruman right now. So hopefully he can get by cleanly this time, and then he can stretch that gap out.
She's a great defender, is Amy Ruman.
Oh, down the inside.
Oh, he got her at 11, but does the switchback count? Here we go. Same again, another drag race down the back straight.
Looks like Amy Ruman might have gotten a little better drive out of the corner because she was behind, and now she's just about in front. But let's see who comes out.
Oh, no, bodywork on Tommy Dreesy's car, flapping in the wind, and that's not going to help his hopes of being fast at a straight line. And sure enough, Amy Ruman takes the line at 12 and takes that position away from Dreesy for now into 13. She's got the inside line. She'll try to block him from trying to pass. But that damage could get worse on the side of that car. Now, you had this happen to you. Very similar, but not quite as much damage.
Yeah, I mean, it just slows the car down on the straightaway. Even mine with just missing the little door panel, it was just killing me on the straightaway, probably 2-3 miles an hour, which in such a competitive field like Dreesy's dealing with right now, it can be pretty bad.
I wonder how much, and also it's distracting, I wonder, as well, because you can feel it, you probably hear it.
Yeah, you can feel it. These cars aren't tons of aero dependent. Oh, wow.
Thought about it, didn't he?
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to go 3 wide with a lot of traffic there. But yeah, it certainly can be distracting. You can hear it, you can feel it kind of moving around. It's nice because sometimes you can get some more air in the car so it cools down the inside, but you certainly would rather have the door attached. He's looking down to the inside into turn 1.
Well, he's got a block pass on her, and this is going to be hard for Amy to switch back here. Yeah, she's not going to get the drive because it's just not enough power down early on, so she's had to give that place up. That was good work from Dreesy with a damaged car.
Yeah, great move. let's see if he can stretch that gap out even with this damage now.
Yeah. So well done to him. Halfway through this race here in TA. Final race of the season. It's been a great one. Menard about to wrap up the championship ahead of Dyson. Dyson's still in third, though. And again, confirmation, 14 now laps by the MCO Gears lap leaderboard of Paul Menard in the front. Over the top of 10 comes Dreesy.
The one interesting thing I do see, Annunziata has started to just barely chip into Menard's lead.
Whoa!
Three wide.
3 wide, and takes both of them at 11 now. Can he hold it? No, he's got 2 wide. He's going to lose out there, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, he's just held on, but for how long, I wonder. Because I think both Amy Ruman, they've both got by him. I love it. Yeah, he just lost a lot of drive as wide as he went. And that was good stuff.
Yeah, and those GT3 spec cars, they don't have nearly the power as these TA1 cars. So through the corners, they might be able to keep up, but on the straightaways, it's hard for them.
Sutherland from the West Championship, mixing it up with the National Championship drivers, and Amy Ruman getting ahead of this group of 3. And now the Lamborghini makes a move up the inside as we welcome our viewers back on MAP TV. What a great race this has been. You're not missing anything, though, but these 3 have been going at it for the last half lap. And Amy Ruman putting on a great show at the moment.
Annunziata looks like on our screen has closed the gap to 1.4 seconds. That's a big gain in one lap.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, good spot, Evan. And, out wide goes the Lambo again. Now he swaps to the inside at turn 20, and he's got Sutherland possibly with an overtake. Yes, he has. So he goes past, but Sutherland goes wide and then gets it back.
Yeah, really be interesting to see what that lead battle's like. I wonder if that's a timing error, because it went from 10 seconds to 8 seconds. He was chipping away, and then to gain 7 seconds, something must have happened, or we have a timing issue. So
no, well, yeah, it's a good point. You're right. That's exactly that, what you say. And I just wonder if Menard might have gone off briefly. There's Menard. He's lost the lead. We're just told.
He's smoke. There's smoke out of the exhaust pipe on the left side of Menard.
And now suddenly the championship could be alive.
No, I think he clinched by starting.
Okay, so that's always the case if you get that far. But yeah, wow, drama indeed. Though the last thing he wanted was to finish, or not finish the race, and he's dropped right back now. And Annunziata picks up the lead. What do you think that is?
I can't tell, but there was smoke on the left side.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was exhaust or a tire rub, like a tire low. We'll know in a second if he dies toward the pits.
Yeah. Well, I feel for him. He's been absolutely sublime throughout most of the season, and to come up short here would be a real ignominy. But there you go. That's motor racing, folks. Paul Menard doing everything right, and then suddenly, yeah, he is pulling into the pits. Well, there's your new leader, the Dodge Challenger of Annunziata. Wouldn't it be a story if he could make a podium in TA2 and win TA? Wow.
Yeah, that's a good weekend. I would. Yep, that's a really good weekend. I'm quite jealous of that one.
Yeah, no kidding. So Menard as looking as though there we go. Let's see what they have a look at.
Yeah, so they're popping the hood, so it looks like it's definitely a motor issue, not just a tire.
Right.
A tire is easy to fix. They can change one of those, but diagnosing and fixing an engine issue can be pretty difficult. But let's see if these guys can do it.
Pouring over the top of what will be a very hot engine, and hence at least one of them with the gloves on.
Everything in these TA cars is very hot. It's unbelievable. From the floorboard to the engine bay, everything.
Yeah. Now, what's happening here?
Going back to the back. Maybe fuel delivery?
Yeah, gosh, this is really a big overhaul.
Because in the back, this is where your fuel cell is. That's what you're seeing there with all those pipes in it. That's where all the fuel is stored.
Well, either way, this is major surgery, so to speak, because most of the bodywork is off. Paul trying to stay cool as the team work hard and feverishly to try and fix whatever the problem is, and they don't look as though they've got an answer yet. Let's head down to Ben Sissel and see if he's got something for us.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm seeing here, and I'm hearing the mechanics are saying it's a plug wire, which would bring him down, obviously, on a little bit of power. You see Tony Gentilozzi hurry up putting on the gloves to reach into the plug to get the plug wire connected. It is so hot down in there. The plugs are right there on the headers. So it's very difficult to do. I know Josh Hurley, you're going to be able to speak a little bit to this. You can see that Tony Gentilozzi is burning himself. He's through his gloves. They're not working, but it looks like they're looking to see if it's on. He's talking to Paul. Not sure if they're seeing it. He can't restart it. The car started. And I'm going to... Once he goes, I'm going to try to talk to Tony.
As you can see, Amy Ruman pulled up and out.
Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, I've got two things happening. We've obviously got McNichols, number 23, that's Amy Ruman, parked up on track while we wait for Menard to get started again. If he does get out of the pits, I'll throw back to you and see if you can get a word with Tony. They're still talking at the moment, and they're still parked up. They should be going fairly soon.
It definitely doesn't sound right when you hear him revving it. It sounds ugly. So I think either didn't get it on there or it's terminal. And we have a safety car.
Now that's going to put a cat amongst the pigeons. As out comes the Ginetta, and that'll be because of Amy Ruman, who was parked up on the back straight there. So we're under caution now, and that certainly allows Dyson the chance to have a good fight with Annunziata for the lead. And in fact, now all the categories will be tight. So then, let's just take a breath while we're under caution. Annunziata leads in TA. Rogers, now third, leads in XGT. And it's SGT led by Carlson. And then Coffey leading in GT. But we're under caution, guys. And, well, you always look for a change in the face of the race. And a safety car can do that, can't it?
Yeah, for sure. It obviously packs up the field. So for Annunziata, he just got gifted essentially the lead because Menard had that issue. So he wanted to keep the race running because he had a good gap and he was probably pulling away. So this bunches up Dyson. So from Annunziata's perspective, he doesn't want this. Dyson is super happy about this because it gives the car time to cool down. He gets a restart, so he gets to start fresh right behind Annunziata and tries to get a great opportunity, the best opportunity to make a pass.
And there isn't the scarier track to have to do a restart because that turn one is super wide and it invites trouble every time.
Yeah, good point.
So, yeah, in our TA2 race, I mean, you were having so many different opportunities, right? You can go way down to the inside, but the inside sometimes gets bunched up. The outside, you can run around the outside, but then you can get pushed off, right? So there's two options, really, and both of them work really well. So it's really difficult. And for Dyson and Annunziata both have to figure out which way do they want to go. If Annunziata goes in, do I want to go further in? Do I want to go further out? Right. What do I want to do with what he does? So in this time, Dyson's trying to think about what he wants to do, what the possible opportunities are, what could happen, and what he wants to do in each opportunity given. Also, he's trying to do all that while trying not to get too hot, because right now the cars are heat soaking. Because they're going so slow, all the air stops flowing essentially, so it gets super hot in there. So he's realizing how hot he is, he's realizing how sweaty he is, but he's trying to think about all these opportunities and what to do and how to make the best ground.
Well, they're still working on the number 3, and I don't think it's going anywhere, and it's a real shame. But the title, luckily for him, is in the bag by starting the race. So we never really had it out. 93 points, he started the race. But Gentilozzi still trying to get it fixed up. And we welcome you back to the Circuit of the Americas, where the leader, Paul Menard, and the championship winner for 2024 is stuck in the pits and won't finish this race, which leaves this battle between Annunziata and Dyson, as we're under safety, to get right there on the tailpipe of Annunziata. And guys, both of you do a little bit of coaching. What would you do if you were talking to Annunziata as his sort of mentor, as to Dyson? Not that he needs a mentor, but what would you say to Chris to give him, some feedback as to where to attack Annunziata from what you've watched?
So for Chris, I'd expect the car to come out of the corner really well. You really got to execute really strongly on this initial start. Try to get a good launch. Get alongside him. I don't care if it's inside or outside, but your car is softer than Annunziata, so it probably puts power down better. So if you can, either whether it's inside or outside, as long as you can get into that corner side by side with him, try to put the power down. You're going to need to clear him before he gets to those Cube 3S's, because that clear air is actually worth a lot in S's, especially in the TA car.
Okay, cool. Evan?
Yeah, I mean, you can see, just touching on what Josh was talking about, you can see those canards on the front of the car. The dirty air, I don't know if we've explained it, but when the cars are cutting through the air, they're throwing about a bunch of, like, wake, basically. So I think when a boat's going through the water, all the waves coming off of it, that's happening with the air, right?
Yeah.
So when a car's behind, they're hitting all those waves, and it starts getting, when you're in a boat, it starts getting choppy and bouncy. When you're in a car, the air doesn't flow well over the car, it doesn't flow over those canards well. You can see right under the headlights there.
Yeah.
So it stops flowing, so it makes it harder to turn. You have less front end grip, and it also affects the rear wing too. So being in front by that time is so crucial, right? Because that dirty air can really, really kill you and just take the car and make it drive like a completely different race car.
Well, it's been a day of cautions. And we had, 5 in yours? We finished under caution.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how many. It felt like we were due like 3 laps, and we had the caution, then do a few, and
that must have been frustrating.
It was driving me nuts because my car was actually really fast, but it wasn't good in the knife fight. I needed people to string out to pass people.
Right.
We'd finally string out, and I'd start making progress again, and yellow.
Yeah, I was really annoyed by the yellows because, quite frankly, I didn't do a great job in qualifying. I made a slight mistake, and I lost like 9/10 in one corner. So we had a really fast race car, but we were starting 13th. So I thought we could really get up through up the field into a podium. But with the cautions coming out every single time I was trying to start getting a run and start working through the people, it was just kind of slowing down, hurting my progress. I wish we kept running more so I could have more laps to try and make opportunities, but the cautions just kind of cut down the time, so I was only able to go up a certain amount. I went from 13th to 5th, but I think if we were able to run more, we would have gotten higher.
I feel like the Ginetta could get a hurry up a little bit. It seems like these poor 500 brake horsepower Trans Am cars are struggling just to keep going behind the safety car at the moment.
It's hard, but you have to do that to pack up the field, especially this diverse grid with all the mixed classes. They're just trying to pack everyone up because that's the thing for these TA cars. This is not like crawling. It's not even walking.
Yeah.
But for your GT cars, this is a jog.
Well, let's head down to Ben Sissel in the pit lane.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with Tony Gentilozzi, and we can provisionally say you are a champion. You and Paul Menard, unbelievable season. I know that you wanted to win today, though. What happened out there?
Looks like we lost the fuel pump regulator, so it's just blowing high pressure into the engine. Nothing we can do. We're already back. So we don't want to finish it like this, but hey, we'll take it.
But I want to show you something really special here, Matthew. If you come around here, one of my favorite people in the paddock. Can I speak to you on camera? This is Paul Menard's mom. She has been in about 6 races with us this year. She and your daughter, you guys have more fun at these races. I know this is how you didn't want it to end, but you're a champion in Trans Am.
I believe in him. I believe in Paul.
And I know you told me that you've been scoring him since he was a little kid, and you've been following his whole career. So he's won a champion at Trans Am. That's got to feel good.
Oh, God, be the best ever.
And have you had fun this season with Trans Am?
Very much fun. Very. I love it here. I love all the Trans Am races.
Well, I love that you bring your whole family. This is supposed to be fun, right? So I'm sorry about your luck today. Congratulations on the champion. But gentlemen, back to you.
Thanks, Ben. Yep. And as you can see, coming down
really
the back straight now.
The whole family thing.
And the Ginetta trying, as you say, almost crawling now to try and get everybody jammed up together. But this must be very frustrating for poor old Annunziata, stuck there. Paul Menard did lead for 15 laps, but now Annunziata has got 4 under his belt in the lead.
Yeah, this Ginetta pace car is going really slow, but I'm lucky enough to have spent a lot of time driving the Ginettas. They're great race cars. They're tons of fun.
Oh yeah, I bet.
They're so much fun. They don't have the power as these TA cars, but they're through the corners. They're just so much fun. So this one's going really slow, but the cars have a lot of potential.
Yeah. Well, we're expecting to go green this time around. Yes, the lights are off on the little Ginetta, made in Leeds in England, and has been for many a year now. Ginetta has a really strong history. A small company, but they punch above their weight, no question about it, especially here in the States. In fact, they've been GT4 champions a few years ago with, I forget her name, but female driver. yeah, we are going green this time now. Chris Dyson, as we heard from you boys, has got to make this count if he wants to win this race.
Yes, we just saw there Dyson accelerate and then slam on the brakes. So he's just trying to get temperature in the tires last minute. He's trying to get temperature in the brakes, temperature in the tires, so he can try and make a move into turn 1.
Well, Annunziata is a young buck at 19 and won't be giving in to his more senior Chris Dyson, multiple champion. But of course now you've got to think about what's behind you. Will Rogers senses an opportunity to really make history here. He wasn't expecting to be in the run for the overall win, although he does expect to get a good result of those involved in the West Coast. But away we go, and Dyson just not close enough at the restart. And the 12 of Rogers cuts across the bows of Don Yount. Dyson about as close as he's been, but as you said, once it gets to the S's, you really can't pass.
Exactly. So now he has to wait a while to that backstretch, but I think that's where Annunziata's really good, is coming off of that hairpin. So Dyson's going to have to put gun to his head and really push here to try to stay on to him.
Yeah, no kidding.
And he's doing a great job at it. He's right on his tail.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job. Back with Tommy Dreese. He's got some work to do. Got Josh Carlson in front of him by the looks of things. Ooh. And it is Carlson.
And he's going to get through Carlson and hopefully into this hairpin. He'll start setting off the other TA cars. And Dreese gets through, and he's going to start trying to run down his teammate.
So on board with Dreese. Beautiful sound. Tommy Dreese's car.
Trying to run down his teammate and kind of customer, sort of, and Don Yount, well, is the Yount, I also believe is a local here.
Yep. So Annunziata starting to pull away. Dyson trying to stay within the gap, 0.4.
There we go, he's trying to set him up coming out of here and put the power down. Can he? He does close up. Dyson has a little bit of a run on Annunziata.
This is it.
Can he get to the inside?
I've only seen Max Verstappen do this.
I tried to do it on you, Josh, in the race. It didn't make it work, but I tried it.
We both tried it on each other.
Oh, and a good defensive braking moment there by Annunziata to try to hold back Dyson, but he's gone wide. Dyson could try to move up the inside at 20. Here he comes. Late on the anchors.
Annunziata gives him room.
And he gives him enough room, and that's great racing. And Chris Dyson just showed the youngster why he's a 3-time champion. Well done.
Now, Thomas A to Z is an aggressive little driver, so I'd expect him to fight back right away.
For sure, and you can see Dyson defending. He's not wanting to give it back.
Yeah, great racing. This is what we wanted. We've had some really top draw action this weekend already, and there's more to come. And this isn't over. 22 of the 30 laps gone.
And what we might also be seeing is sometimes when your tires cool off and come back, they refire different, so you never know how it's going to do. Here's a great replay.
Yeah.
Dyson making that move.
Oh, and you see the time lost also by Annunziata hitting that dirt. I've mentioned that before. It's all very well going wide, but if you hit the dirt and dust...
But he had no choice there. Dyson put him out. I think that's how you have to get it done sometimes.
Well, this will be poetry for Dyson. He would love nothing more than to take his 3rd win of the year and take that runner-up spot. Here come the 2 Dreese cars. And a nice overtake. Oh, or is it? Because Tommy looked as though he got ahead, but Don Yount comes back at him, and now it's a drag race. Yount ahead of Tommy Dreese. They're just playing with each other and trying to help each other by the looks of things.
Tommy, stop trying to pass in that corner.
Yeah, exactly. Have a go at this one, Tommy.
Always
He's down the inside.
Yep. Oh,
it's close. It looks like he made it locked up a little bit.
Yeah, this is great. Up the inside now. Oh, Don Yount not having any of it.
But a beautiful ad for Lucas. Look at this.
Yeah,
Two
it's a
Lucas
great
cars
ad.
battling side by side.
Yeah, those are great looking Dreese Motorsports cars.
Aren't they? Elaine Cipriani in 2018. That's who I was thinking about, the young Brazilian girl who won, of course, in the Ginetta for GT4.
Let's see, can he get another run here on Yount? I know Tommy's looked into 20 a few times, a little too far back this time. But yeah, if I'm his spotter or his crew chief and I'm watching this on video, I'm telling Tommy, hey, let's try to get him at the end of the backstretch. I think we're strong there.
Yeah, good point. It's good to see teammates going at it and putting on a show, and like you say, getting plenty of TV time for both Lucas and Mav TV. Don Yang doing the business. Yang doesn't want to give up 4th place. This is a prestigious 4th place. And there's the team watching on, the Franklin Road team.
But not only is it a 4th, it is a podium in class. So
that's right,
really
of course.
Want to give it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, lest we forget, that is a podium in class, that's for sure. So they are going to be going for it because Rogers in his XGT, and so actually this is a battle for the podium in TA. Greasy's had a bunch. In fact, he got one last time out at VIR, and he's been very consistent as Tommy Greasy this season. 2nd and 4th there with Keith Grant, who took the 4th place. So Greasy cars have been at the sharp end.
And here's your lead battle again. Thomas is right there trying to make Dyson look in the mirror. We have the MCO lap leader of Chris Dyson this time.
Chris Dyson led 2 laps, and obviously Menard 15 and Annunziata 5. And Annunziata once more on the board. Yeah, this would be Greasy's 4th consecutive podium and 7th of the season if he can get 3rd place. So that's why he's battling as hard as he is. Now, come on, boys. Where's Annunziata going to make a move?
Ooh, it's hard to tell. I mean, I like the turn 12 opportunity as much as the next guy. I mean, it's a great opportunity because in 11 you can get past there, and it's a good opportunity to get past. But then you can get no drive, and if you're going on the inside there, you're getting a worse exit, and you're gonna be so vulnerable into turn 12. So I like to wait in 11 and just focus on getting a good run, and then go for it in 12.
Good call. You know, Coffey, who's leading GT, the local man, is in 11th overall, so that's going to be a great result if he can hold on to that. Meanwhile, in SGT, Carson holding off Bryson, who has already won the title in SGT. Here we go. Another lap then.
And really neat how different setup philosophies, too. You can see the Weaver car with Annunziata in it is splitter down versus splitter up. Very different setup philosophies, and yet similar lap time. So really interesting to watch and see. I think Annunziata probably has an advantage through the S's a little bit, but he doesn't have clear air, so that negates some of it.
Yeah.
So he might need Dyson to make a mistake, which is pretty rare because Dyson's been around the block a few times driving sports cars, let alone Trans Am.
Yeah. He's not prone to big mistakes, is he?
No, and we're getting to that point of the race where 6 laps to go, where you have to focus on tire management in these whole races. But now at the end, you're just focused on going as fast as you can. So these guys are pushing everything they have at this stage of the race.
I was going to say, have we had enough safety where the tires should still be good to last all the way?
Yeah, the tires should be good because they had a chance to cool down. So now they can just really just use them to their full potential. You can see Dyson blocking down the inside, trying to hold off the move into 12. But Annunziata might be looking to the inside.
He's just trying to break that toe. He knows he needs to break that toe and try to draw away.
He's not close enough. He gets close enough at the end, but has to follow him through on the line. Now goes wide, tries to get drive. Into 13 they come.
Really close in the Bridge Hall Stadium section.
Yeah.
May go to 15, really have different options. May make Dyson defend, which gives you a good exit.
Different line from Annunziata behind in 15. Back with Dyson. He'll have one eye on the mirrors and one eye on what he's doing. 19. Nice and smooth. Nicely done by Dyson. Used all the road and more. And then cuts it nice and tight to make sure that Annunziata can't make a move up the inside.
Yeah, that Dyson car from this onboard video looks really, really great driving. Like, it's not like he's sawing at the wheel. He's not fighting it. It looks like the car's just super settled in. So the car's happy with this pace. Annunziata going on the inside.
Yeah, well, and that's a good move. If he can make that stick, no, he can't. You see, that's the thing. You know, it's all very well making a bold jump like that, but you know, you've got to get it back, haven't you?
Yeah, he had a hard time because he just went a little wide on the exit. But if he could hold that brake pedal a little longer, get the car slowed down a little more in the center, he would have been able to get it rotated and shoot off. But he just went a little too wide, a little too aggressive on the move in, and it hurt him on the exit.
Good thing is he hasn't lost too much time making that move.
Yeah, he's just back where he started.
That's the beautiful thing about being able to battle on your own. They don't have a bunch of cars behind them, so you're free to make those moves, and you only lose a little bit. Now he can get back there. Now he also has Chris a little worried because he's proved he can get there.
Another launch here, perhaps? No, he's going to go wide and then try and get as neat a turn in as he can, and that was nicely done. And that's a smart move by Annunziata, because he'll tuck himself in and now has another chance, surely, boys, into 12, if he can get a little suck now and get closer in.
That's where... Go ahead, Nevin.
It would be a bold move. He was pretty far back. So
Yeah,
it makes
true.
sense that he didn't attempt it there.
And that's where the Dyson car is so good, is off those low-speed corners. That's where that nose-high attitude really helps. But Annunziata really putting the pressure here.
This is excellent racing. We really are seeing some craftsmanship.
Look into the
here.
inside.
Oh!
The inside turns to the outside, so it makes it really hard to. It's hard to make it stick on the outside, but maybe he'll go for an over/under right here.
Yeah.
Can't make it stick.
No, that was a good idea, but you can't. You've got to, if you're going to make the move there at 14, you've got to make it stick, because otherwise you'll be hung out to dry on the outside at 15. Back with Dyson.
And remember, it's not all in one move.
No.
By doing this, you can start to pull somebody out of position a little bit at a time, make it defending spots.
Well, Dyson is using all his maturity in his multiple championships to hold off this whippersnapper that is the 19-year-old Thomas Annunziata, a name you will be hearing, I'm sure, around the circuits of America and around the world for many years to come. Now, let's get back. This is Lee Saunders battling with Coffey. Now, both different series champions, or a former champion in Saunders' case. Coffey this year's champion, but SGT versus GT.
Yeah, beautiful wrap on that thing, too. Gotta love the bright pink. Can't miss that Maserati.
Well, it's a company, it's a company in Dallas, and they're doing a good job of advertising what they do, which is graphic covering, graphics.
It's a great looking car, and I don't know if the microphones on these cameras pick it up, but that's one of the best sounding cars in the paddock.
Yeah.
It just screams.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
And I can say, I actually done a lot of development work on the Maserati GT4, turned them into GT4s, and they are awesome GT4s. Even though they're one of the older ones out there, they're such an easy car to drive. They're a lot of fun. Really long wheelbase, so it's really gentle and smooth. Really fun car. Plus, you get a Ferrari engine. Who doesn't want a Ferrari engine?
Yeah, no kidding. So Saunders dropped off a little bit, but it's the chill out of Chris Coffey in that Maserati. Yeah, now you hear it.
And again, that guy does such a good job, because he really is the crew, the driver, the engineer.
Yeah, it's a one-man team, isn't it?
He does a great job.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, here's Kaylee Bryson in SGT in the Corvette, the O2. And what a season she had. She did a brilliant job at VIR to take the championship. So this is just gravy in many ways, having fun and finishing in the top 10 and behind Carlson at the moment, but it's not over. And we welcome our viewers back on Mount TV with just 4 laps to go. We're looking at Kaylee Bryson's second in SGT at the moment. She is the new champion. And we're also keeping an eye on this battle between Coffey and GT, the local man Chris Coffey, and Lee Saunders, former SGT champion, behind him. Alongside me, Evan Slater and Josh Hurley, who've already done 100 miles this morning and enjoying a little bit of TA action as we come down to the business end.
And it looks like Annunziata's falling off just a little bit as we look at Kaylee Bryson, but looking at timing, Annunziata's fall back a little bit, so Dyson's doing a killer job, and Kaylee's doing a killer job, clinched her championship, having a nice little drive here. It's always takes that pressure off when the championship's already done. You can really just enjoy the race. It's rare that you get that.
Well, she's come from dirt track racing, and she's taken the TA and Trans Am paddock like a duck to water. She really has. And I had a quick chat with her yesterday, and she was just beaming from taking that championship, because I was asking her about VIR, and she said, yeah, it was just a special day, probably one of my best. Back with Tommy Dreesy then in the closing stages.
Dreesy got by Yount.
Yes, he did. So that means that he will be third overall and going for his 7th podium in TA, if he can hold on to this position. Yeah, he's dropped Yount by a few lengths now, as you can see. Roger's still doing a great job in 3rd overall, but leading an XGT.
Those things are really fun. Some of those XGT cars, the one Roger's in, it's pretty much a TA2 car with a bigger motor. That sounds fun to me. I'd like to have 45 of those out there.
You know, and it's funny, the flapping bodywork hasn't affected Dreesy. He's got lucky there, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, certainly. It hasn't affected his speed in any way. He's back on the podium, so it's great to see.
Well, I've been watching Tommy since about 2018, and I would hazard a guess that this is one of his best seasons in a long time. I know he's a former champion, but that was a few years ago, and he's just hit his rhythm again now in the number 8 Lucas car.
It's so great to see the success, because that was Showtime Motorsports, and then he bought it and turned it into Dristy Motorsports. Still has Ken Thwaites as kind of like the mentor over there, so it's great to see them having great success.
Yeah, no question about it.
Car looks nice and composed too.
Yep. So penultimate lap then for Tommy.
I wonder if Annunziata has a problem. He's 13 seconds back now.
Oh, wow.
Something's up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that may mean Dreezy's in
Rogers is catching him. So again, the MCO Gears lap leaders, and that takes Dyson to 7 laps led. But Rogers is coming. Rogers racing his year on the West Coast, but he would love to have a pop at one of the national boys for another result. To take 2nd overall in the national championship would be a huge way to finish the season off.
And I'm sure they're giving Dreesy the info too, because if he's having problems, Dreesy may have a chance to get 2nd. So I'm sure he's pushing. I'm sure the team just told him, and he's going to dig.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but Annunziata doesn't look. Oh, no. Now, is that a puncture?
I have no idea what you're
I think that's probably motor and oil, slipping in his own oil.
Yeah.
That would be my bet from that location.
The way he's pulled off there, it makes sense. It just suddenly slid, didn't it?
Yeah, and he would have been able to catch that slide and keep it on the track. So it's definitely, he pulled over himself.
Yeah.
So maybe he has something on his ass, say low oil pressure, and he's like, oh no. So he just shuts it off right away.
So then, Dreesy now 2nd in TA, Young 3rd. This will be a big day for Dreesy Motorsport. Rogers now ploughing on for a 2nd overall. This would be excellent for him. Chris Evans Incorporated, they're good friends. This would be a fantastic result. Now the white flag should wave now for Chris Dyson as he starts his last lap.
And pressure's really off him now, so now he's just cruising. I think there's still 2 to go,
excuse me.
But he's just cruising because he has a big gap to Tommy, so he can just back it down, take care of the car, make sure it gets to the end, which you can see it can be a challenge in these TA cars. A lot of struggles with reliability this race.
Well, it's a good way for Chris Dyson to finish his year off. It's been a tough one for him, and he's taken the best he can. Didn't have the support of the likes of Brabham and Masood, who has helped the Jim Wheat team and helped Chris Dyson to previous championships. Plenty of 1-2s, but he's been pretty much on his own this year. Dyson will take it well. Menard has been a potent force all season long. While he didn't get the result he wanted today, just started the race was enough, as Annunziata is parked up and out of the car.
Yeah, Annunziata's out of the car. I wonder if that'll cause a full course yellow.
That's a good point.
I don't think you can have a driver standing on the racetrack. It doesn't seem very, very safe.
No, I agree with you. So we'll see. And
there's a full course yellow.
There it is. Perfect.
Absolutely right. That's why we have these sages here in Josh Hurley and Evan Slater. It's great to have them on board. Thank you, boys. And yeah, the Ginetta is out. But again, like your race, we're going to finish under caution, aren't we?
Yeah, it seems kind of reminiscent of our race, finishing under caution. But for Chris Dyson, this is an amazing result.
Yeah, it is. And a great way to finish his year, because it's not been an easy one by his standards. And he's had so much winning in the last few years that it's must be tough to accept the fact that it's not going to be his championship this year. Either way, he'll take it slow. He's had 4 poles. He's come 1st or 2nd in 7 of the 10 races. And he's going to take another win here.
Obviously very unfortunate to come 2nd in the championship, but winning a race, winning the final race, at least hopefully takes some of the hurt out of that.
Yeah, and a shout out to Paul Menard. Obviously looked like spark plug problems for him, caused him to take longer than he needed in the pits to try to rectify it. They tried, couldn't get him out, and yeah, that then allowed this man to almost crawl to the checkered flag. But it's going to be another Jim Weed number 16 Ford Mustang win for Chris Dyson as he takes the white flag, double yellow. And now it's the final lap, but it's under caution. Yeah, it's kind of surreal to see a car going as slow as this.
Yeah, leading
Still
the race.
under race.
Yeah, it's
conditions.
so weird when you're finishing under checker because you know like kind of what's going on, but you still have to finish. Like obviously, if you ran out of gas and the car died, you'd lose the race. But it takes a lot of the pressure off being under. Yeah, it does for sure.
But we've had so much safety. I don't think the gas is a worry. But let's just take a quick rundown. So obviously in TA, Dyson's going to win. Dreesy's going to be second, and it's going to be Dreesy Motorsports second and third, with Don Yount taking third overall. Rogers in the 12. Will Rogers is going to take the win in XGT ahead of McLaren in the Lamborghini. Sutherland will take third in that one. And then Josh Carlson in the Ford Mustang will take 8th overall and a win in SGT ahead of Bryson and Saunders. And then actually, funnily enough, Coffey is up to 11th now, but still holding and leading in GT. And Hampton second and Cohen third. So that's how it's going to finish. A few absentees and breakdowns for the likes of Annunziata, Dollarhide, LaPaglia, Ruman parked up. And obviously Paul Menard, Gar Robinson going out earlier. So there was a lot of what could have been in many ways. And at least they've got Annunziata's car with a truck parked in front of it. And he'll be behind the fence now, we hope. So, plans for the winter, boys? What are you getting up to? Are you doing any racing, simming? What are you doing?
I'm rebuilding my desert race car because the dirt race car has now been retired due to a terminal wall impact.
A terminal wall.
But yeah, so I'm doing some UTV racing for fun, just as the side. You know, the sports cars is a living, but that's a lot of fun. Actually, I was going to say, if he ever wants to try it, you're more than welcome to. It's a lot of fun. It's very different.
I'd love to.
And then trying to work really hard to see if we can be back in the Greenlight Simulation BC race car. And then, of course, working in Greenlight Simulation because it's my startup. We teach kids to drive in a simulator. Yeah, we take the racing sim tech, but we don't use our sim for racing or motorsports. We use our sim to teach kids to drive on the street before they ever drive on the street.
What a great idea.
So they learn to drive first without traffic, like on track, so they can just learn physically how to drive the car, and then we add them onto real roads in the sim, then we add traffic, and then we can add all sorts of crazy stuff. By the end of it, we have them, they're driving down a rural road and a deer comes out. They deal with jaywalkers, they deal with red light runners, and all that stuff, which you can't practice safely in the real world. And just like racing, we also have data on it, so we can coach them with how they're doing off of the data. We have eye trackers that shows where they're looking. So it's really neat. It comes straight from motorsport. So it's nice to take some coaching and bring it to real world and help out some kids.
What a great idea. And that's real world thinking, to almost flip it on its end and take sim racing, which has been a huge part of modern motor racing, and then turn it into what I would call a wider influence. Now, as we see, Chris Dyson on his way to victory in the strangest of circumstances under safety, but that's how he finished TA2 as well. But Chris Dyson will take it any way he can. And Dyson Motorsport, the Jim Weed number 16 Ford Mustang comes towards the checkered flag. And finally, now will take the checkered flag. Great stuff by Will Rogers in the Chris Evans Incorporated Chevrolet Camaro to take second. Well done to Tommy Dreesy in the Dreesy Motorsports Lucas Mission Chevrolet Camaro taking third.
And then now I have to ask, what's your plans for next year, Evan? Hopefully I'll see you back out there.
So next year, we touched on it earlier, I'm working on finalizing a contract for racing, a full-time thing next year. The winter I still have a few more races. Next week I'm going to race a BMW M4 at Sebring in an endurance race, and then I do a bunch of driver coaching, so I stay busy here and there. I'm going to travel out to California. I have an IMSA car I think I'm testing out in California, and then I'm going to try to go over to Asia and test some cool cars. So I'm going to try to stay busy.
What are you testing in Asia?
I'm going to try and test a GT3 car like this, actually exactly the same car as the Lamborghini we see right there.
Are you going to potentially do the Super Trofeo out there?
Not in Asia. That's not what we're going for in Asia. We're looking for...
They have a full GT championship.
Yeah,
too, yeah.
The goal with the test in Asia is to find an opportunity for the Asian Le Mans Series in GT3.
Oh, right.
But
yeah.
I'm also, while I'm out there, I'm going to test an LMP3 car to see if there's an opportunity.
Have you been in one yet?
An LMP3 car or GT3 car?
LMP3.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
actually.
we need to talk.
Really?
I've done a lot of development on LMP3
Okay, cool.
cars.
I drove an LMP2 car and I was blown away, but I haven't actually driven the 3, which is kind of backwards. But
and the 3 is harder, which is interesting.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
What track in Asia are you going to?
I don't know yet. I think we're talking about Yas Marina.
30. I think that's a great track. That's a lot of open, really good place to learn.
So we'll let these boys talk for the rest of the day because they've got a lot to talk about with the winter coming up. We're going to sit and celebrate with Chris Dyson on a famous victory and congratulate Paul Menard as our new champion of TA 2024. So it's going to take a while, but we'll get him back to Parc Ferme and we'll get him back to Ben Sissel. And it'll be interesting to see what Chris Dyson says, and I hope that Paul Menard is down there as well because we want to celebrate with him his championship. But I'm sure we'll hear from the Rockin' Moroccan as well as Will Rogers from what was an excellent performance by him. Yeah, you guys have got a lot to talk about. That's good. Well, I'm excited for you, Evan. It's been a funny year, and it sounds like you've got your winter planned out.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, you're always welcome here in the booth, and you're always, both of you, and you're always welcome, obviously, in a Trans Am paddock, both of you. You know that you enjoy it. I was saying in your race, Josh, how I got to know you as our champion from the e-sport, from the sim racing we did during the pandemic. What a fun time that was.
Exactly. I wish I got a chance to do more of that. Unfortunately, the new business is taking a little bit of time away from that. But hey, that's part of life. But in fact, I got to do, my day's not even over. I have to go do more coaching after this.
Who are you coaching?
Session. I am coaching 3 drivers in IGT. So I still have a busy afternoon.
Yeah, well, we wish you well. So we're winding our way into Parc Ferme. Yeah, it's been a tough year for Chris. Up and down, put it that way. But when you're racing a car, it's never too bad. But he would like to have had more success, given the success he's had over the years. Just want to give a quick thank you then to Josh Hurley and to Evan Slater for coming and joining me for this TA race. And as we head down the pit lane, that's where our booths are, just to the left there. And here's the main paddock. And as you can see, we're back in Parc Ferme, or heading towards, with the winner of the race, Chris Dyson, and the runner-up in the championship, Chris Dyson. His run of successive championships is over. Paul Menard is our new champion, despite the fact that he didn't get to finish this race. But I'm sure Chris Dyson will be more than happy that he can finish his season on a high. Will Rogers, not a surprise, but a great result. He's had a great season, but it is a surprise to see him second place in a national championship. But there was a lot of guys like Gar Robinson and like Annunziata who were at the sharp end and then had issues and therefore didn't finish their race. And well done also to Tommy Dreesy. Up and down race for him. But in comes the Lambo. And Dyson is out, and that's the celebration. Congratulations, and good to see Rafa Matos, of course, who got the American flag pole sponsorship with the help of Chris Dyson, so he's there dutifully to congratulate his buddy. And yep, there you go. And in a moment, let's head down to Ben Sissel, and that's great. Current champion to former champion. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Big hug from our TA2 champion, kiss from his wife. I know that you really wanted to win this championship, but I guess winning the last race of the season, that puts you away at off-season on a high.
You know, Ben, I'm just full of emotion right now. We've had quite a full year here, and you know, I felt like coming down here, I had a really good feeling about this weekend. I felt prepared. I felt mentally calm. It's been a year with a lot of loss that's put a lot of this in perspective. And all I can say is I'm grateful for my family, this team, and all the opportunities I've had, and thank God for that. And I just want to dedicate this to my mom, my sister, and my aunt, and of course Bob Riley, who we lost last week, and Carly Tessinger. A lot of people we lost this year, but it feels so damn good to win. Put a line through 2024, and let's move on for 2025. We got some spring in our step now.
Nice. How about that? Chris, Jim Weed, Winner's Circle, Chris Dyson, 3-time champion, and won today here at Circuit of the Americas. What a way to end the 2024 season. Jonathan, we're going to have a big party down here. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Thanks, Big B. Yeah, Dyson celebrating, and yeah, you can see he's a little bit exhausted. That says it all, doesn't it? The season is finally over. Yeah, so well done to him, and see if we can catch up with anybody else too, because we've got a lot of stories.
Come on in here. You don't have to be behind the
So,
fences.
as you can see, Ben riling the crowd up to get ready for the podium. Celebratory scenes. It's been a long year. Started at Sebring, and funnily enough, Dyson's year went sideways at the beginning of the season when, of all people, Ernie Francis Jr. hit him at the first turn at Sepang and took both of them out. Let's take a look at the highlights then. And away Menard went at the start. Dollarback got turned round but recovered. Then a sandwich was formed. Annunziata in the middle of it. Gar Robinson also in the hunt, but then out after spinning out. Dreesy was flapping the bodywork, but he was not in a flap at all. He was going strong. Menard, though, his bodywork comes off from the team and pulling off. That was against 23 of A.B. Rubin. Chris Dyson making that superb overtake on Annunziata, and that was really the moment of the race. And so too, I think, motor problems for Annunziata as he pulls off at 11. And then the checkered flag under safety, but it doesn't matter. The Jim Weed number 16 will take it. Third win of the year. And there you go. Confirmation of the result. Ford Mustang of Chris Dyson takes the win ahead of Will Rogers for Chris Evans Incorporated. Wins XGT and second overall. Second in TA, Tommy Dreesy. Third is his teammate, Don Yount. Michael McLennan takes that Lambo all the way to fifth place overall and second in XGT. Third in XGT is Ken Sutherland. Joshua Carlson in SGT wins in that category in the Ford. And then it's Kaylee Bryson, the champion of SGT this year. Lee Saunders, 9th, and Chris Coffey wins in GT and rounds out the top 10. Further down, Chris Evans himself is in 11th place. David Hampton in GT is 12th. Then Annunziata is seen as 13th overall, despite pulling out right at the end there. Colin Cohen, Moore, Gar Robinson, Menard, Rubin, LaPaglia, and Scott Dollarhide in 20th place. So my thanks once again to Evan Slater and to Josh Carlson. And a look at the more highlights from the production classes. And there was the number 31, who had a great day, McClellan. He was up and down the board. LaPaglia didn't have the best of days. He was doing double duty, mind you, so he might have needed the rest. Ken Sutherland, good weekend for him. He was in the thick of it. But safety cars, once again, played their part in this race. Great stuff again for Chris Coffey. I think that's his 8th win. And Lee Saunders just keeps on rolling in that Viper. Well done to Kaylee Bryson, our champion of SGT. Let's head down to Ben Sissel as we get ready for the podium celebrations.
All right, COTA, let's get loud. How about that? The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. The COTA SpeedTour here at the SpeedTour Town Center. That was quite a battle out there. Welcome to Jim Weed Winner's Circle. We're going to crown some champions here. We've got a lot happening So it is going to be unbelievable, but hold on a second. Let me get something here. Is that? Hold on. We are going to start with GT. Third place from the Dallas, Texas area, the Lone Star State. Let's hear it. Colin Cohen in that beautiful Maserati. Where's Colin? Norwood Auto Italia. Is he here, Chris? He's here somewhere. Here he is. Nice. Come on now, Texas. One of your own, Colin Cohen. Second place in GT, but also our West Coast GT champion all the way from the Pacific Northwest. Let's hear it for David Hampton, AR Motorsports, Hampton Lumber. Nice, I like that. Keep it up, people. Keep up the energy, Bucky's hat. Also from the Dallas, Texas area, driving that beautiful Maserati, kind of dominated GT this year. Let's hear it for Chris Coffey, another one from the Lone Star State. So, Colin, your partner's on the top step. You're at your favorite track here in your favorite state. How's it feel?
It feels really good. I've been coming to this track since it opened, and it gets better and better every time. But thanks to Trans Am, to all of you guys who do the organization, to my team, to Jason Hart, whose encouragement never stops, and Chris, who keeps the car on the road, as well as races, as well as manages the team. So it's been a wonderful season, and I look forward to coming back. And thank you to all the other drivers for your consideration. Appreciate it.
Nice. How about that? Lone Star State, Colin Cohen. Doesn't quite have that Texas accent, though, does he? No, he doesn't quite. David Hampton, our West Coast champion. He wanted to come down here and run in the GT class. He's run almost everything with us this year. That's got to feel good. And you had a good battle out there with these Maseratis.
I did for a while, yeah, but they are super fast. And this guy is incredible. So he deserves the win. And we're running out of batteries.
Well, I think we're just running out of steam. Let's see.
Are we running out of steam? Check two. Anyway, we had a lot of fun. We drove really hard. I got to thank my team, all the hard work that they did. It's such a gas to come here. The track is massive, and you just have to go, just really go. So I learned a whole bunch. I wish this was my home track. This guy's got a total edge on everybody, man, but way to go.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? David Hampton and then Chris Coffey. Now, you know, we got to start out with that whole Ric Flair Nature Boy scream. So hold on, Texas. This is kind of a tradition here. Woo! Nice. That'll break the mic. How was your race out there?
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, he gave me a run right there at the start, and I mean, it was a long race, and I was biting my fingernails at these restarts with him right behind me. But the first person I have to thank up here is Colin. Without Colin here, I couldn't be here. I couldn't be even at the track right now. So hats off to him, and thank you for everything that you do for me and keeping me on the racetrack. This is my wife Morgan, and my son Sam over here that came to support me this weekend. I couldn't be happier to have them here this weekend, and it was picturesque. I mean, just absolutely best days of my life right now. It's awesome.
And from the Lone Star State, I could say the provisional champion of the National GT, Chris Coffey. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? All right, keep up this energy, Texas. I like that. Oh, sorry, Michelle. And then we do the hats. You guys could throw out the blue hats if you want. Come on now, get loud for a hat, though. Ooh, nice, nice. All right, come on now. Oh, look at that. We might have to wrestle for it. All right, one more time. Colin Cohen, David Hampton, Chris Coffey in GT. Two champions on the podium at the same time. And all of these gentlemen are of age to spray the champagne. Your wife is hiding your kids, Chris. There we go. Come on, Texas. Chris, I wish you could have seen your wife. She took your boy and just disappeared. Nice job, champ. Nice job, champ. Nice job. Colin, you're awesome. Thank you so much. But you're from South Africa, right? Yeah, that's why they're not the Texas accent. One more time for the GT drivers. Come on, Texas.
I love your fingernails.
Oh, thank you, yeah. Two-time champion Amy Ruman painted these. I lost a bet, that's why I have red fingernails. Thank you, I feel pretty, thank you. Super GT in third place, all the way from Florida. Let's hear it. Lee Saunders in that beautiful Dodge Viper. Second place, but our Super GT champion provisionally goes to Kaylee Bryson. And these three have been on the podium with us all season long in different positions. First place, let's hear it in the number 36, Josh Carlson. Okay. Kaylee Bryson is confirmed the champion. Thank you, Lauren. So Lee Saunders out there with that big V10 Viper. How's it feel?
Great. Just first off, I want to thank God for a great day, for this wonderful country we live in that allows us to do this fun stuff. Unbelievable track, unbelievable group and crowd today. Also want to give a quick shout out to Chris Coffey because he was so heads up he let me by, and so I could continue the fight with these guys even though they were gone. Congratulations to Kaylee for the championship. She's been awesome all year. It's been a great fight with her and Josh. Josh was in a different zip code today, so I didn't see much of him. But again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for my team, KSR, for all they've done, and hopefully we can do this again next year.
Nice. Lee Saunders, ladies and gentlemen. Kaylee Bryson has been breaking all the glass ceilings this year. Now, another female Trans Am champion in Super GT. That's got to feel good.
Yes, it feels really good. It's been a really good year, first year road racing ever. So definitely had to pick it up quick and try and learn as quick as possible. But I've been blessed to have a really, really awesome team behind me. And, you know, the LSI Logical Systems jumping on this year. I got to race a Corvette for the first time. I've met some really awesome people along the way, and it's just been a phenomenal year. To be able to pick up some wins along the way and run on the podium, it's been awesome. And I can't thank my crew and all my sponsors enough.
Nice. I love it. How about that? Kaylee Bryson. And then Josh Carlson. You know, super tall, but also on the tall end of the steps. I love it. How was your race out there?
It was good. We didn't really know what to expect for a finish day, considering that we had some gremlins in the car during practice. Only got one qualifying lap, but we were really happy with how the car was running. I can't thank my team, my sponsors enough for everything they've done for me all season to make this win finally happen for us this year. And thank you, Trans Am, for putting on such a great show all year. I really enjoyed running with them. And congrats to Kaylee on the. There you go. Congrats to Kaylee.
Let's see. Look at that. Check. Quick on the draw. How about Eric right there? All right, go again.
And congratulations to Kaylee Bryson on winning the championship. We had a hard fight all season long, and can't wait to see what I can do next year.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Josh Carlson. All right, hold those trophies up high. All right, Texas, you guys are losing us a little bit. We got to get louder. You want these hats? Come on now, get loud. Lee Saunders, Kaylee Bryson, Josh Carlson. How about that? Hold those trophies up. There we go. Come on, Texas, keep it going. Unless you're filming. Uh-oh, there we go. I'm gonna get out of there. So, do you want me to bring all the XGT up?
Yeah,
all right.
I would call them all up.
All right. Nice job, guys. Kaylee, congratulations. You're gonna leave me hanging? Oh, thank you, yeah. Amy Ruman, another female Trans Am champion, painted my nails to match her car. We're gonna bring up all the XGT guys. We've got West Coast and National, and they kind of combine. So, third place, XGT National. He builds a lot of these cars. Let's hear it for Chris Evans, ladies and gentlemen. Third place, XGT West, is Ken Sutherland. I'm not sure how this works because Ken Sutherland is also second place, XGT National. Nice. I don't know how that works. Oh, okay, you're running a boat. Come on up here. Where's Chris Evans? Here we go. Come on up here. Yeah, that equals first. He said, you do the math. There we go. Will Rogers, first place, XGT National. And then we need Michael LaPaglia up here in that beautiful Lamborghini XGT West Coast, second place. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? That beautiful Lamborghini. All right, Jessica, I have no idea how we're going to do this, or Eric, do we have any ideas? Here we go. You might have to share, Ken, if you don't mind. There we go. Chris Evans, man, these cars, unbelievable. I know you're going to come back in a big way next year, but to be on the podium at COTA and these beautiful XGTs, unbelievable.
Well, it's been 3 years in development. We had a lot of help from Aaron Colwell, and especially this guy to my right, Will Rogers, ringing them out. But the real heroes are Jeff Jefferson under the hood over there, and I don't know where Jerry Pitts is, because they were the inspiring technical engineering expertise in putting all these things together. And really want to thank them. And
Nice. Chris Evans, a man of few words, but he builds some loud cars. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Chris Evans, third place. Then we come over here. We're going to talk to like the lone Lamborghini up here with all these big two-frame American muscle cars. LaPaglia, first time in Trans Am on the podium. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels great. Thanks to Gerald Lowe, Randy Blaylock, and Buckshot Motorsports for getting the car here this weekend. Say hi to my wife at home. But yeah, hell of a race. The start, somebody spun at the beginning. There was an accordion. I center punched the poor guy in front of me, and then everybody seemed to went by, and we spent the rest of the race trying to get back by everybody. But I raced Ken's from back home, and we've raced before, and he's super clean, so we had a great battle for most of the race, and had a great time.
How about that? LaPaglia here, Michael LaPaglia, and then where are my Lamborghini fans? How about for bringing a Lamborghini out here to COTA? There we go. Now, Ken Sutherland, come over here. Try to get up there with your friends. Ken Sutherland, one of our fastest TA2 drivers, but Kohlberg wanted to bring one of these things as a Mopar, and man, I think that was the coolest car out there today, and I know you're having a lot of fun out there.
Oh yeah, might not be the fastest TA or XGT, but it's the best looking car. Yeah, thanks to Chris Evans Racing and Jefferson and his crew, and for Kurt Kohlberg and Patty, the car owners. Can't thank everybody enough. My brother, my family, my friend Will, Pat McFall, awesome, my wife. And anyway, great race. Had a great race with Michael. Super clean. I don't know how many times we swapped positions, but there was a couple times I thought, that's pretty close. It might be contact, but no, it was good. It's like a Spec Miata race in big bore cars. So great fun.
Nice. How about that, Ken Sutherland? Then Will Rogers out there, and you gave those TA cars quite a battle. How was your race?
Oh, race was good. I mean, we put a whooping to some of those TA cars, didn't we? It's pretty damn good. So that is exactly what this XGT car is, that I've been very privileged over the last 2 years to race for Chris Evans and Jeff Jefferson and Jerry Pitts. It's nothing short of a badass car. Lamborghini, no offense, is a dime a dozen, but that thing is awesome. So anybody that has any interest, come check it out. We'll put a spec into some of these TA guys anytime we get a chance. And this class is seriously going somewhere. I'm very thankful to be there and have a great time.
Nice. How about that? Will Rogers throwing it down, wanting to start some fights up here. I do have to say, hey, you are the West Coast champion, the Western champion in XGT, Chris Evans, ladies and gentlemen. Nice. Okay, we will do a separate podium shot, Chris. So, Eric, you're going to have to come up here and help me with a separate podium. But hold those trophies up, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so is this right for the National? Okay, hold on. Let's start with the National. So Chris is third, Will Rogers up there, and then Ken Sutherland. Okay, sorry, Michael. Then you're going to come up here. So Chris, get that shot. Hold those trophies up. All right, and then we're going to switch hats, but then we need some of you to stay up here real quick. And you can throw those hats out if you want. You can keep them. That dude, Cadillac Racing, wants a hat. All right, hold those trophies up high. Come on now. I like this, Texas. Keep up this energy. There we go. Nice. Okay, now let's bring LaPaglia back. In second, Ken Sutherland comes to third, and our champ, Chris Evans, you're excused. Nice job. Okay. All right, hold your trophies up. What about hats? Do we have a hat for him? the hat dance. Come on now, let's get loud. Ken Sutherland, Michael McLean, and Will Rogers up here in the XGT Western Championship. There we go. Nice. Now you're going to come back up here, Chris Evans, for some champagne, I think. I think you're old enough for champagne, Chris Evans. Come on now, Texas. Let's get loud. Don't get any in your eyes. Ken Sutherland, Michael McLean, and Will Rogers, Chris Evans. I like this group right here. You guys are loud. I like that. Nice job, guys. Congratulations. And I appreciate you bringing out that Lamborghini despite what Will Rogers had to say. TA, ladies and gentlemen, 900-something horsepower, just absolute monsters. In third place with Dreesy Motorsports. Let's hear it for Don Yount. Where is he? Where is he? Here he is. Come on up here. In second place, another Dreesy Showtime Motorsports. Unbelievable for Tommy Dreesy, ladies and gentlemen. Where is Dreesy Advertising, Mav TV, Lucas Oil? Brad Roberts, I see you. Where's Tommy? Tommy, come on up here. Tommy only comes up if you applaud. There we go, there we go. You got your phone on you? Yeah. All right. Yeah. In first place, three-time TA champion. Ladies and gentlemen, winning here at Circuit of the Americas. Let's hear it at Jim Weed Winner's Circle in that Jim Weed car, Chris Dyson. All right, so first thing we got to do the Dreesy selfie. So this is a little bit of a tradition. If you follow Tommy Dreesy on social media, he's got a bunch of these selfies. Look at those nice white teeth from the Rockin' Moroccan. All right, now get into positions, people. Don Yount, I know you're a sports car guy. You joined us at Road America, and you thought, well, these things are too much fun not to drive it here at COTA.
That's exactly. I wanted to try it again. I enjoyed it at Road America, and I just had a blast. And the guys did great with the car, so it was a little bit of driver learning, but I had fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank the team, thank my wife, Gabby, and and the boss over here.
Nice. Tommy Dreesy. Tommy Dreesy on the podium with your buddy Dyson. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, well, he didn't race me like the boss. I was like, at the end, man, he's a Trans Am driver. What a great run. Congratulations to Chris. Congratulations to Menard winning the championship. This Dreesy team, Dreesy Motorsports, gosh, we finished every race of the season. We did about 17 races with the teammates, and I'm just so proud. Lacey, Jagger, Elin, I'm coming home. And gosh, Mission Foods, if you see them all over the tracks, the Support Racing, Lucas, and yeah, Jim Weed, every sponsor that helps us all run. Trans Am, next year, 2025, baby.
Nice, I love it. Throwing it down. And then Dyson has got to feel good to go into the off season on top.
Yeah, Ben, I mean, I got to say that these guys over here, they gave me a great car all year. We just weren't able to show enough wins this year, but so this feels great to finish this year with a win. I think it carries great momentum through the winter. So happy to have my wife here this weekend with me. The family was with us a lot this year, and it was just really special. And I'm just really proud of the guys. Cliffy, I see, has actually made it down here. All the guys, everybody, they've done an amazing job. Mike Lancy on the engines. This one's for Bob Riley. We lost him last week. He gave us an absolute missile rocket ship as a parting gift in a really distinguished career, and I was absolutely honored to work with him, and I'm really proud to have that car in victory lane here today. So thank you very much.
How about that? 2 Rileys on the podium. 3 Rileys on the podium. Nice, how about that? All right, come on now, Texas. Let's get loud. Don Yount, Tommy Dreese, Chris Dyson here at Jimweed Winner's Circle. There we go. I even see a cowboy hat back there by JJ. I like that. He's got a cramp, he says. Hey, you could throw out those hats too, Don, but you got to throw them well. Who wants a hat? Come on now. Who wants a hat from Champ? That's for Kayla, he says. All right now. Come on now, Texas. Get loud. Don Yount, Tommy Dreese, Chris Dyson here at Jimweed Winner's Circle. I like that. You guys are good, man. I like coming to Texas. All right. I think you're all excused unless anybody has anything. All right, come on now. Now we've got a special champagne. Yeah, you're right. No, I'm totally wrong. Uh-oh. Come on now, Texas. Get loud. One more time. Don Yount, Tommy Dreese, Chris Dyson. Uh-oh. What's Dreese doing? He's drinking it first. I like that. Before he puts his finger in it, he wanted to have a drink of it, and they just go right for Dyson. Dyson, you're going to do your patented pour one out for the homies? I like that. I like that, yes. This is making for a slippery stage. All right, gentlemen, nice job. You guys are excused because, yeah, watch out for this. We are going to bring up our champion. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, your trophy, he's got it. With 3GT, has just basically absolutely dominated this season. It's been really fun to watch. Let's hear it. The motorsports legend, Paul Menard, coming up here for the championship. Come on now, get loud. I love it. The 3GT team is here. They're a big family. His family is here. His mom and dad and sister. Paul Menard, the provisional, I guess I have to say legally, champion in TA. And at Sebring, you weren't sure you were going to run the whole season. You had so much fun at Sebring, you had to do it. Chris, do you want him on the top step or you want him here? Yeah, Paul, if you get on the top step. So, Paul, did you have fun at the season?
Man, first off, this series is unbelievable. Very family orientated. There's kids running around, having fun together. Chris's kids are here all the time, Tommy's kids. Gary Felix's son and my son were playing video games yesterday. Just a family-oriented series. A lot of fun to be a part of. 3GTs has become like a family to me. Paul Gentilozzi called me up end of September last year and said, I want you to run my car a little bit. So we went to Sebring and we won that race and we just kind of kept at it. And just unbelievable to be a Trans Am champion. Growing up in the 80s and 90s watching IndyCar, watching Formula One, obviously, NASCAR, but the TA cars, the Trans Am cars, those guys put on the best racing. We got to get the series back and bigger car count for the TA cars, but I think we got a plan to get there. Just an honor to be a Trans Am champion.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Paul Menard, who is also our MCO lap leader, MCO gear, so if we can get him to have that hat. Man, Texas, I like coming here. You guys are a great crowd. Thank you so much. You can tell where the motorsports enthusiasts are in the country. How about that? Paul Menard, MCO Gears, and our champion. So the Pirelli teddy bear goes to Paul Menard, and you can take that champagne with 3GT tonight if you want. How about that? One more time for Paul Menard, ladies and gentlemen, our Trans Am champion. We have a banquet tonight where we're going to have a great party, and I think his whole family's coming. So nice job, Paul. Master Force Tools, nice job. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We will be back here next year for the COTA Speed Tour, but I got to jump in the booth for SVRA, so that does it for us. Thank you for coming out.
And stuff, Ben Sissel, and well done to our TA champion. That is Paul Menard, and what a season it's been, and congratulations also to our TA2 champion, Rafa Matos. Don't forget, all the highlights will be on MAV TV. That is on a Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. That will be Thursday, November 7th, and hopefully the presidential campaign will be over, and you'll be able to watch some Trans Am action. There you go. And at 9 p.m. you'll be able to see the highlights of the race you just saw with TA, XGT, SGT and GT. So much great action to be seen. as the highlights start Thursday night on MAV TV. But that's the end of our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series and our TA Trans Am Championship for 2024. It's been a cracking year as we look towards 2025. Enjoy the winter off, and let's get ready to go racing again for muscle cars and the Trans Am Championship. Until then, goodbye for now.